Okay, guys, hold on. Let me finish my food, and then we're gonna start. All right? Cool? Cool. Let me just scarf it down really quick. You know what? It's funny. I come back and the first thing I see is like Momo's comment of choke, and I'm like, dang, alright. I just come back from almost dying for the past 2 weeks, and the first thing you tell me it's a choke. And then I saw the done die, and I went, oh, okay. Never mind. We're chill. We're chill. Okay, hey guys. Happy Saturday. I don't really stream on this day, but we're here because today is my streaming anniversary. How exciting. How exciting. Exciting stuff, right? You could probably tell that there is a new picture added to the list of random animations and images that I'll just continuously add to the screen because I'm lazy. We're gonna talk about that later. We'll reveal that a little later. But I want to say hi to everybody. Hello, Dickie. I'm glad that you survived your hospital visit. Thank you for sharing, and I really do hope you get better soon. Hi, Terry. Hi, Momo. Hi, Pingu. And then, hi, Cam. Hi, Effie. Hi, Random. Welcome, welcome. We are live both on Twitch and YouTube. And I'm still feeling under the weather. Not coughing as much, but the coughing fits come back like at midnight sharp. Always, without fail. And then again around 2 a.m. in the morning. And then roughly around 5 a.m. in the morning. But I don't suspect that I'll be streaming that long. So hopefully I won't get attacked that badly. I didn't know, but happy 4-year anniversary. That's fine. Thank you for the greetings for the 4-year anniversary. Honestly, I kind of forgot too. The only reason why I picked August. Oh, I forgot that we had the subtitles on. That's fun. The only reason why I picked August 30th as my anniversary date, excuse me, is because that was the day that I decided to rename myself Rye. That's it. That's the only reason why. Technically, the anniversary is far, far too much. It's kind of embarrassing because literally I've gone nowhere. But oh well, whatever. It's a hobby. This is a hobby, right? Who cares? Numbers don't matter. So long I'm enjoying what I'm doing, right? But I'm happy to see y'all. Thank you for the greetings. What did you get? You know what? That's a great question. I'll probably get to it whenever I get to that part of my story. The reason why I disappeared for 3 weeks in the month of August 2025, you know? Yes, as long as you're having fun streaming, I am. Yeah. Wait, is that what these numbers are for? That's interesting. I was wondering what all these like YouTube additions were. It's very distracting, but whatever. But yeah, August 30th is my 4th year anniversary because that was the day that I decided to rename myself Rye. And then decided, you know what, I'm just gonna stream 1 day per week. Just one. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. And I think this year was probably the most consistent I've been since. And I think I have to thank Wuthering Waves for that. It makes it so easy. It makes it so easy to like have content to stream every week because of that. So, oh, thank you. Thank you for the gift subs. I appreciate it. You were on top of things. Heck yeah. You see, if I was a prepared streamer who actually planned the stream, the thought was I would compile every single image that I had created for YouTube and make it like a big old screen in the back and show off like, check out how many streams I did. But guess who's lazy and who was sick and who didn't really think about that until yesterday? Me. So it's not happening. But I would like you to imagine that there is a lot of images because this was also the first year that I decided to like multi-stream to YouTube as well. And really, the decision to do that was one, because Twitch was doing a lot of weird stuff when it came to their VODs. And I thought it would just be easier to port over things over to YouTube this way. But number two, just more avenues for people to watch because people have it a little bit easier watching on YouTube than on Twitch. So it's been okay. I really haven't really seen like a big difference in my viewership, but more people to talk to, I guess, and it's nice. Sorry. I'm feeling short of breath. I like woke up an hour ago and I'm like, oh, golly. I'm coughing still. Coughing way too much. So 4 years of streaming. The 4th year, what have I learned from my 4th year? I learned how to make templates for YouTube. And then it's been easy just copying and pasting. They do make it easy to just continuously create like a new stream. So I figured that out. And then I also figured out how to do templates on the video editing side too. My video edits aren't crazy. They're not astounding. I don't really do anything crazy. But it's been nice like uploading full playthroughs of games that I've been playing. I sort of wish that I kept like older playthroughs that I've done, like for the Isomnium files, or like even my earliest like Golden Sun playthroughs, which that might happen again. I might play more Golden Sun. That might just be a yearly thing. You know how everybody has like a game that they play yearly? Golden Sun might be it for me. It might be, because that's almost been a yearly thing. Almost been. You know what's crazy, though? I thought about it. I did not play as much Planet Zoo this year. That's nuts. I think I'm shedding off the Planet Zoo streamer tag. Like, it's not impossible. Sorry, guys. I think I've moved on. Like, I think I've graduated from Planet Zoo. This is impossible. Listen, the addiction Aren't you proud of me? Aren't you proud of me that I'm not like addicted to it? That it's not like haunting my every waking hour? That I'm not thinking about these cute animals on my screen and how I could build like the most ultimate habitat for them in astounding ways with cool architecture? Like, I'd say that's a pretty good step up, you know? I heard they were making a new Golden Sun game. Don't lie like that. Don't say that to me. What are you talking about? Where? Give me receipts. You tell me. You know what? Actually, there's been like a lot of announcements of like things I've been interested in. Apparently, apparently, there is a new Liar game anime that's touted for 2026. It's planned to happen in 2026, and I'm thinking to myself, I wonder how they're gonna do that. Like, I feel like they should take notes from the drama because the drama did well. The drama did okay. I thought it was good. It was over the top, but I loved it. I loved how they presented the stories, or not the stories, not the puzzles. How would you describe it? The activities, the things that they had to do, the trials. I love how they presented it. I thought it was clear. I thought it was concise enough. Still complicated, but enough to wrap your head around. Whereas it was so foreboding to read it in the manga because it had like humongo big text, right? So there's a lot to look forward to in 2026. I think I have to survive for 2026, guys. Don't know. Big things coming. One Piece live action, Liar game anime. What else? What else? Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure what else is going on. But still things to look forward to, right? And I guess another year of streaming, which I don't know. I started thinking about it maybe while I was showering yesterday. Like, what even is the direction of what I want to go for? Do I still continue with the whole hobby thing? Probably. Yeah, probably, because I'm still very lazy. But like, is there anything else I would like to do? I think I'd want to play more JRPGs though. So now that I'm back after my 3-week disappearance, I started thinking to myself, yeah, I would like to play another JRPG. I think the first thing I would like to play is the Isomnium Files Date Never Sleeps. I'm thinking of picking that up. If it's not on sale, then I don't know. Maybe I'll wait till it's on sale, but that's like one of the first things I want to stream. That'll be the bee's knees. You're finally here? You are here. Hi, Mew. Good to see you. Good to see you. Ooh, is that an expansion? Apparently. Yeah. I don't know the specifics. It's kind of hard to tell. But I've already played the first 2 games. And I, again, wished that I kept my playthroughs of it because it's an awesome game. Really, really suggest or recommend for people to play it. If they want to play a visual novel-like game, that is probably one of the best out there to play. So the Kaname Date one is like the 3rd. And I want to say it's kind of like an expansion, almost like a 2.5. So I would like to play that. And then yeah, I might pick up a JRPG to play cuz now I've already finished I finished the co-op game with Donut and I'm slowly trying to upload those to YouTube. I kind of fell behind because I wasn't expecting to be sick. I wasn't expecting to be sick this week. But I will definitely work on it tonight and hopefully have stuff coming up during the next week. And then I finished, what was it? What did I finish? Tales of Berseria. That entire playthrough is on my YouTube as well. So after playing those, I'm like, I think I want to play another one. And the ones that are touted on my list right now, right, are Nier Replicant. I feel like I really should play a Nier game. So Nier Replicant or Nier Automata, but I sort of want to start with Replicant just so I could get the feels of Automata, like all the way through. Yes, Automata. I no, I need to be, but but I love Replicant though. I wish it was Nier Dad, but it's gonna be Nier Brother. Nier Brother. Which is fine. It's okay. We gotta earn to be but, okay? We gotta earn that. You gotta get there in due time. And then there's like, I do want to get back to visual novels too, because I don't know how long y'all have been around. Y'all have been around for actually quite a bit, now that I think about it. A lot of you have been around for a while. My roots as a streamer was a lot of art, which I think I will go back to doing maybe like a bi-weekly art stream. And it's probably not going to be anything crazy either. Likely, I just want to do a lot more studies. So maybe I just spend a day just studying. I've been thinking about doing that. So kind of returning to the roots, right? Art streams, maybe. Not no promises, okay? Because knowing me, I'm probably going to cough out a lung and it's not going to happen. So maybe some art streams, back to some visual novels, right? So there is plenty of visual novels that I have lined up that I haven't played, and I would like to play some of them. And then maybe at least one JRPG. So I would like to knock out at least a few of those. You know what? I don't think I made a goal. I don't think I made a goal list for the year. Because I didn't... And now I think about it, on the 3rd year anniversary, I don't think I attained any of my goals. And I was like, screw it, forget it. I don't even care. I cared a little bit. So I didn't make any goals, and I was like, whatever, surprise me, surprise myself. And I will say, streams that I am proud of. Streams that I am proud of is, well, let me go see. Let me go review. I would say that probably the top most memorable stream of the year was probably my Valentine's Day stream. It's always the Valentine's Day streams, right? Y'all remember that, no? Yeah, I'd say you do. There's no way. I kind of keep y'all on your toes whenever I announce the Valentine's Day streams. Those are usually the craziest ones. Don't know why. It just so... Hold on. Let's look in the future. 2026 February. Valentine's Day. Oh, guy, what the? Why is it not like on a Sunday? I'm working on this Sunday. Why did it not land on a Sunday? But well, now I'm 6 months ahead of schedule. What did it land on? It landed on a Saturday. You guys want to go on a date on Saturday? Like 6 months in the future? Say no. Say no. No, yay. But yeah, I would say that is likely the most memorable stream, the most creative, the most effort, and you know what? It just happened on a whim because I am crazy, a little bit demented in the head when it comes to Valentine's Day. Don't know why. I get like a moment of psychosis, and then I'm like, I can just like force people on a date with me because I'm lonely and depressed. So maybe, guys, what if I announce on my Valentine's Day stream I have a boyfriend? And I'll be like, oh, guys, look at me on a date on Valentine's Day, not needing you because I have a date. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I think I could play it off. I'll think about it. We'll see. Real live stream date, you guys just join as like the third wheel. Or How about this? How about this? You guys can, like, decide on my date. You guys can, like, vet my Valentine's dates. Why am I thinking about this? I'm having psychosis again. Guys, stop me. Aren't you my friends? You're supposed to, like, stop me from terrible ideas. I'm used to third wheelie. I could do that. No. No. You're live streaming. I can't stop you. That's not true. I mean, yeah, I guess that's true. But that's not true. You could encourage me to be a better person and not listen to the voices in my head. You know? You could tell me that I'm not schizophrenic whenever Valentine's Day rolls around. That's your real addiction, Valentine's nightmares. No, maybe. Yeah, you're right. Slightly addicted. How about by tomorrow, I forget that Valentine's Day is happening on the weekend. Then I'm not working. Or I purposely pick up the 14th. And then my coworker will be like, why do you want to switch days? Why do you want to work on Valentine's Day? And I'll be like, listen, Cheryl. The reason why is because I think you are deserving of a Valentine's date with your husband. And I am trying to put myself in prison. The prison that is my hospital. I could do that. I could stop myself that way. I have free will, free choice. But that is only if I remember. And knowing me, I am a creature of habit. So I probably will be off on that Valentine's Day. We'll see. Anyway, I think that's the most memorable stream, considering the response here. This is also the year where I'm still, like, obsessive over apples. Y'all know this, right? The theme of my streams as of late is that 2025 is the year of the apple. Lots of Apple agenda. Still kind of there. Apples are really good. Apples are kind of haunting my life, actually, now that I think about it. But it's okay. Apples are good. Apples are healthy. Another year for Effie and I to recover from last year. Art stream. Our Apple stream. Yeah, lots of those. Lots of Apple streams. And I also checked out a lot of indie games this year too. How do you guys feel about me playing, like, these obscure indie games? There was one where I was, like, dating Filipino ramen packets because, again, with the momentary psychosis of being a ramen packet, I was like, you know what? If I am a ramen packet, I should go meet with other ramen packets. And no. What do you mean no? I think that's healthy. I should look for people like me. So I picked up a visual novel. We're not dating everything again. But, I mean, indie games like that, let's just say. Okay. I think I should check out more. I tried to do more of my DDD streams, which is like my daily... What is it? No. Demo dose days, where I would play demos and whatnot. I tried to be a bit more consistent of it. And I was at the start of the year. But then I kind of fell off because I would get busy. I tried to make it, like, within the first week of the month, you know? First week of the month, I check out, like, the new indie games that would drop. And I feel like my selections are pretty... It's, like, pretty consistent. A cozy game, cute game, and then one surprise horror game that I'm like, uh-oh, I'm not mentally prepared for this. I'm gonna have a heart attack. And then I scream my way through it, and then we play another cozy game as a palate washer because I'm gonna cry if I just stick the landing with a horror game. I also thought about it too. Should I play a horror game? What's, like, baby's horror game that I could play? I was going to say another Apple stream, just end the year with an Apple stream, potentially. I remember you being consistent on demo days. Yeah, I would say so. And I would like to do more of them, but I'm not prepared for September either. So that's probably not going to happen. Metro Last Night is a good one. Let me go look. Metro Last Night, is that baby horror game? That doesn't look like a baby horror game. This looks like something I have to be like mildly sweaty over. Do you trust me with this? You know what? My sister has more balls than I do. She has like bigger, thicker balls than I do. She's playing like Outlast, and she's playing what else? She played like a majority of the Outlast games. She was like, I love Dead by Daylight. Not Dead by Daylight. Sorry. What was the parkour? The parkour zombie game. She played a lot of that. Is it Dying Light? I don't remember what it's called. She is better than me. She is so much stronger mentally than I am. Like, I could not. She's like, I love it when the big guy chases me and I have to squeeze around corners. It scares me so much. It's the best. And I'm all, what's wrong with you? I would never get her on your stream. We want to watch her. She plays it on the Switch. She's like transformed our Switch into like a horror game machine. So tons of horror games on there. And then she would be like, check this out. And then she would show me like her clips of her running away from people and then panicking and then dying. And then she'd be giggle all over it. And I'm just like, oh, I do not have that same enjoyment. None. Zero. Do not have that enjoyment. But Metro. Really? Isn't this like the shoot? It has like shooting in it too. You expect me to be able to hit things? Pingu, I think you have a lot of trust in me. I'd be screaming the entire time. Anything that chases me, I scream and I'll miss all my hits. Well, Metro good? Yeah, Metro. I heard good things about Metro. I just think it's a good game. Okay, I will keep it in mind. You'll be fine, I think. Okay, I'll think about it. I'm still holding out. I'm still holding out for when the ER game, the ER simulator game, whenever that drops, we're playing it. And then I'm just gonna be pissy the entire time. Oh, it's like if you guys have never seen me angry before, that's like a game that would probably raise my blood pressure. I need more like medical based games so that way I could just rage against them. Alien Isolation when? Never. Ooh, I should make my sister play that game. I think she would like it. But never. That's scary. That's scary. I was talking to my coworkers about Alien Isolation. And even them, they were like, no, I can't play this game. This AI actually knows exactly where I am. So, yeah, really, I don't really have any like major plans. I don't even have any innovations. Is that disappointing to hear? Like, is that disappointing to hear that a streamer, your friend, legit your friend, because we're all just kind of here, just hanging out. But I don't really have any innovations. I think I just want to be here. I'm still surprised I'm here. I even put that as like my YouTube description. I'm still here. Shockingly. Like, literally just here. Streaming because it's a fun hobby. But I have like no innovations. Before I used to have dreams. That sounds great to me in my opinion. No, okay, I still have dreams. Don't get me wrong, but it's like dreams that I was working towards, I guess. That's not happening no more. I don't think the whole entire 3D bodysuit is happening. As much as I would like it to. My money is going elsewhere. So that I mean I would like to still. Don't get me wrong. I would still like to like get the gear to have more like range of movement. But with my current rig and limited space and limited money. Don't think I can do that just yet. But I would like to get there. I think it would be fun. At least once. There's plenty of time, that's right. No rush. But I really have no big aspirations for this year. Yeah, I really don't. No big aspirations. How goes the stream today? The stream has just been me yapping for the past 30 minutes. I think that's going to be the entire stream too, but White, today is my 4th year anniversary of streaming, and I'm kind of like doing a reflection over everything that I played this year, which has been, I guess, a pretty decent spread of stuff. But I will say MVP probably goes to Wuthering Waves being the most consistent thing on the planet. And it looks to be continuously the most consistent thing on the planet. Like, I understand now why, like, people become, like, gacha content creators, because it's just easy to continuously farm the content for it, right? You will always have content available because it updates constantly, all the time. But I think now, on top of that, I really should do more co-op streams too. I've been enjoying a lot of the co-op streams. My friends and I have been through some rough patches lately though, so we really haven't been able to play together. I've also been absent. But if they are available, you know, I would like to play more Supermarket together, or the Minecraft streams, or any other games. Like, I know Momo was just sharing that she wanted to play a game called Yap Yap. And it looks like, it reminds me of, what was the game that we were playing? Repo. It reminds me of Repo, except with magicians. And so, that looked cool. I would like to play more. So, whenever we get the chance, I will definitely invite friends to join me more often, if they want to. So expect a lot more of those too. So really, expect no change. Honestly, there really isn't any change. You're just gonna watch a very complacent streamer friend. a very complacent friend just being like, yeah, I'm just doing what I usually do and I haven't changed at all. And clearly it shows, because I'm still just where I'm at. That's nothing new. Yeah. Nothing new. There's nothing. It's a whole lot of I'm still me. I'm still me in the 4th year. I'll go back to streaming one day. Please do. If you guys enjoy streaming, it's definitely, I say this every year, but I feel like streaming has been a great outlet for me. Helps me socialize, helps me talk a little bit more clear. I think I have to thank nursing for that though, because nursing forced me to talk more concisely. But then I guess streaming helps me talk more freely. So I am thankful that I actually enjoy it as a hobby. And it's probably because it's not my job and I'm not reliant on it. If it was my job, that would probably be a different story, but it'd technically be a job that I enjoy, right? A job that I enjoy. So hope stream continues going well, going back to sleep. As I just woke up in the middle of the night. Okay. Get some good sleep, White. Thank you for dropping by. And when hopefully next time I see you, I am not as sick. Oh, yeah, I guess I should explain about my 3-week disappearance. Yeah. But before I do, let me change some clothes. I have a treat. Usually my treats of upgrading my model usually comes along with something else, but unfortunately, not this year. I was quite busy leading up to August, and then I had really no time to prepare. I don't know. Hold on. Let me double check something real quick. I don't know if it's already been announced of what I was working on. I am still under a specific contract that actually says I can't talk about it. So I can't talk about it, but whatever it does, I'll be excited to share what I was working on. Hold on. Let me see. Nope. I don't think so. Yeah. So whatever that comes up, then I'll talk about it more. But there was like a big project that I was working on with some people, and whenever that gets announced, then I can finally tell you why I haven't been able to prepare for my 4.0, I guess. I've been dying to know what it was. Yeah, I'm excited, but for right now, I still can't talk about it. It doesn't seem like I can yet. And then I disappeared for 3 weeks. But I did prepare one thing, okay? One thing to celebrate our anniversary. Hold on. Let me go change first. Okay. Yeah. So it's still me. Still me. Done. Yeah, spooky stuff. Yeah, spooky stuff. Wait. You know what? I guess I'll just pick this. This is fine. All right. So let me tell you why I disappeared for 3 weeks. Right now. The lighting here is cool, right? I got some new toys. I got some new toys to play with. But where's my phone? I have to show some pictures, right? At least like proof that I was that I existed elsewhere for the past 3 weeks. Hold on. Okay, sorry. That took way too long. I was busy trying to find my phone. Now, how do I show these pictures off with ease? This isn't even majority of my pictures. This is just a part of my pictures. But I disappeared for the month of August because I went on a trip to Japan. Ooh, excited. Ooh. I wish I had more exciting music. Clap. All right, here you go. Here's your clap. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I went to Japan for 3 weeks, and then I got sick on the last week, which sucks. But we'll talk about that when I get there. Clap. Yeah, clap. So, I went to Japan starting on August 1st, and it sucks because, well, it doesn't suck for me. I had a perfectly good time until I got sick. Oh, you want to clap too? All right. Here you go. Here's your clap. There's your clap. Yeah. So, while I was able to go on my vacation, my mom and my sister were supposed to go to Greece, and we were all got sick on the trip. I did, and it was pretty brutal. But I'll get there when we get there. At the same time, my mom and my sister were supposed to go to Greece, and when we were all at the airport, we separated. I was able to get to Japan, and maybe day 2, August 2nd, I get like an email back from my sister. She's just like, well, at least you made it. And I'm like, what do you mean at least I made it? They tell me, and I don't know if you guys heard about this too, but like on August or July 31st to August 1st, there was an issue with Delta Airlines that they canceled over 200 plus flights specific for that day. And unfortunately, my sister and my mom got caught up on it too. Their flight was like completely canceled. And what was crazy is that it wasn't just theirs. It was like 200 flights specifically from Delta. There were online, they say that it was due to, what is it? It was due to severe weather. Severe weather was their issue, but the way that my mom and my sister described it is like there was something else that happened. There had to be something else that happened that they were like, we can't say that was the case, but we're gonna put it as a different case, right? I think what makes me upset for them though is that they were already in the plane. They were already seated inside the plane to fly to Greece, and they were already like seatbelted, everything was put up, and maybe they were sitting there for like an hour already inside the plane before the pilot's like, I'm sorry, everybody, we're going to have to disembark because there is an issue. I don't remember what they said was the issue. So I really felt for them because that was a 28-hour ordeal. 28-hour ordeal for them to go through before they got back home. And that's when I got my email from my sister being like, well, at least you got to go. We're actually back home. And that was kind of rough to hear on the very first day of our trip. Yes, I went to Japan, landed in it was Tokyo. We went to Haneda Airport, and I met up with Donut. So Donut was with me. She decided to wait for me because my flight was delayed. And we met up there maybe around like 6 o'clock in the evening. We got some stuff done before we were riding in the railways. And when we were riding in the railways, I was kind of concerned because I was like, shoot, it's been 3 years since I last been to Japan. So I don't even remember how these metro stations work. And at the time, I didn't have my JR pass yet. So I still had to buy a ticket. I didn't have a Suica card either, which by the end of this, you guys will be pros. You will go to Japan and you will know the differences, okay? I will tell you. I will tell you the cheat sheet. I will show you the cheat sheet of how you can navigate at least Tokyo. Damn, is this one of Christopher's creations? Shut up, Blue. Oh my god. Blue, I still dream. I was still dreaming of your top tier comments from last night, okay? I still can't get over Oomp's lore. That still tickles me. I giggle until I cough up until I was still laughing. 7 a.m. in the morning, I cut stream. First thing I think about is Oomp's lore, and I just start giggling, and then I start coughing. How dare you? That's so clever. I can't get over it. Christopher's creation. How? You know what? Fine. I've been dark and sinister enough. I was trying to be in the mood. You know, I thought this was like good mood lighting while I talk about my 3-week disappearance. But I guess you guys are. It's gonna get bright though. I'm a pretty bright person. Pretty bright. You ready? It is very ominous, to be fair. This is true. You walk in, you just see a dark blob. But I'm actually quite colorful. You guys ready? I think we are in far enough. You know what? No, hold on. We're gonna start with my shoes. You guys want to see my sick kicks? Oh no, that is flipping myself over. Hold on. Check this out. Sick kicks. Ready? They're pre-made. They're pre-made because I was like, you know what? It matches with my color scheme. Why change something That's not broken. You know, why change something that's not broken? Sick kicks, all right? Fit check, yeah. How we feeling about them kicks? I bought them at the store. It was free, okay? Why not? I mean, they're pretty nice. Simple, easy, comfy, runnable. If an emergency happens, I can 5-finger discount. Exactly. You're ready to be on Zenless Zone Zero, and I mean that affectionately. Oh, thank you. I thought they were steel for a second. Nice height on them. You know what I realized in Japan? In Japan, the girlies all wear platform shoes. Everything. And they're like thick, guys. They're at least an inch tall. They add like a whole entire inch in their height. Every girl, especially in Tokyo, you're not going to see a girl without like thick platform shoes or heels or anything. They're always going to be thick-soled footwear all the time. And it really does like add to their height. I didn't really see a lot of like, I mean, there's heels, but nothing like stilettos. But they are platforms. At least they won't lie about different inches. I mean, who said that? Ooh. Oh. Anyway, thick-soled shoes. All right. Ew, thighs. Ooh. Ooh, thighs. Ooh. Mm. Okay. And then we got nice hands, you know, comfy. Comfy. Very, very comfy, you know. Yeah. Slaps them. Stop. Okay. All fingers work well. That's right. I wish I could wiggle them. If you know, how scandalous of you. Oh. Yeah. I decided to go for like the 2K look. You know, some 2K aspirations, right? Yeah. Y2K. You know, I think that it's having a comeback, slight comeback. And then it's me. Hello. Yeah, our captain still dreams. That I do. That I do. All right, it's me. Hey, guys. Hi. Nerd. Wow. I can take off my glasses. Hold on. What do you think? I think I look better with the glasses, though. I think I look better with the glasses. You look ready for no game, no life? Wow. I mean, but ain't that true, though? Isn't that title true? Gaming every day, no life. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. It is very true. All right. Do I want the backlight? I don't know what I want. Do we like this mood lighting? I could actually change it. Hold on. Oh wait, do I want myself to be darker or brighter? I think this mood lighting is fine, right? Sleep deprived, doesn't shower, never leaves the room, has a collection of empty ramen bowls. That's not true. I mean, my room's a mess, but that's not true. This time I got reincarnated as a hedgehog with sick kicks. This is a great look. Thank you. Thank you. So neat. Yeah, maybe that's exactly what I was trying to go for. Guys, this is just me on an off day. That's not true anymore, actually. Wait, but I hold on, I'm not there in the story. We're jumping ahead. I can't spoil what I transformed into, okay? So anyway, what day is it? Day 1, Shinjuku. We're traveling from Haneda, which is like heart of Tokyo, to Shinjuku, which is where our hotel was located. But it really wasn't a hotel. It was kind of like an apartment room. Imagine spoiling your own lore. Not yet. I can't. Hold on. I can't say that I'm a cute girl just yet. That's too soon. I need to work up to there, okay? There was a lot of effort being put into me becoming a cute girl. So anyway, I was meeting up with Donut. We're walking along with our luggage in the heart of Shinjuku. And I'm telling you, this is Shinjuku at 9 p.m. And you know what the number one thing they tell new travelers? They're like, do not go to Shinjuku in the evening. Don't do it. It actually feels dangerous. And that was the first time that I felt like, oh my God, wait a minute, is not to say this isn't Japan, but you know how Japan is like considered like the safest place to be or whatever. Shinjuku feels like New York at night, except everybody is dressed really nicely. And there's a ton of scouts outside. Like you can tell like there's dudes dressed a certain way and they wait around at night checking out the local girls who are passing by. And if they are, what do you call it? Like dressed a certain way, or they have a certain look, then they try to recruit them. They actually like chase after them in the middle of the night. And you can tell that the girls are kind of like grouped together. So there's some girls that are alone, like waiting or whatever, but they're not being targeted just yet. But it was just interesting walking around for that 15 minutes of just walking around in Shinjuku and just seeing like the different types of people there, but specifically like those things that they don't talk about. There is the Nigerian men walking around too. Nobody approached us, thankfully, because if anybody approached me that night, I would have been like, I'm never walking out in the streets of Shinjuku ever again. I kind of felt bad for Donut, though, because really it was her first time being in Japan. And I'm like, I don't know if this is a good first impression because Shinjuku be wild at night. Japan has had a crazy PR team, thanks to the world. Also, no New York rats. That's not true. Night one, we were walking through that night in Shinjuku to get to her hotel. And it was even to the point that Kimchi was just like, are you guys okay? And we're like, we don't have internet. We don't know how to respond to her. So the first thing that Donut notices is a rat. And she's like, oh my God, I just saw a rat. And I'm like, where? And I didn't see it, but they do. They have huge rats, actually. I didn't see the rats until maybe day three of Shinjuku. It was one of the nights that we decided to walk out to watch like a festival that was going on in a local, I think it was Hanazono Temple. Hanazono Temple that was nearby where we were staying. And as we were walking the streets, which by the time we were kind of familiar with, we were more familiar with them by then, that's when we noticed that there was just this pile of rats just hanging out near the trash. You haven't unlocked the new character of Japan around the first day yet? Not me. My friend did. Donut did. But yeah, first few days in Shinjuku was good. Even though it was considered probably the most sketchiest part of town, if that is the sketchiest part of town, like what people consider the quote-unquote most dangerous, then the rest of Japan is like a cakewalk. I'll just say that. As far as like moving around and whatnot, or how less you would be approached, then the rest of Japan is like a cakewalk. You don't feel as claustrophobic or having the threat of somebody approaching you in Nihongo, being like, do you want to be Jehovah Witnessed or do you want to be recruited into a cabaret club? It's like one or the other in Shinjuku. And I didn't encounter any of that. That was actually pretty good. Sketchiest part of Japan, having full of bed in it. Fork found in kitchen. Well, you know, I mean, it was kind of funny, like walking. It was interesting walking there at night for the first time, right? And then that following morning, I asked Kimchi, I'm like, hey, have you had a chance to walk around here yet? And she goes, no. And there's no chance that you'll catch me walking around Shinjuku at night. And I'm like, all right, well, maybe we should just check it out once. She goes, So we were checking out during the day. It's so dead during the day, but it is interesting. Just see how the mood or how the vibes changed a lot through the roads that we were walking through, which is like Kabukicho. There was like the Sakura Dori, which is another street. The Golden Guy Street, which I would not attempt to walk through Golden Guy at night because that place is full and it is tons of bars and I don't know what you'll encounter there. But Golden Guy during the day, perfectly fine. Everything's closed. It just looks like small, really cramped shops, or not shops, bars. And it was okay when we were walking through it during the daytime, of course, because there's nobody there. Well, what did we do? What is stuff that we did? We ate at like Restaurant Gusto, which there's multiple chains. Because I have so many allergies, Kimchi was very hyper aware of where we were eating to make sure that I potentially don't die. Eventually, I was just like, listen, if there's something I can't eat, I will definitely not eat it. Do not worry about that. But in majority of the restaurants that we tried or that we went to, they gladly had a lot of safe options. And the way that they handle their food is pretty safe. I was astounded about that. But if you are vegan, if you're vegan or have any dietary restrictions, definitely 100% research about what like foods are available. New title stream, The Time Japan Almost Killed Me, emotional. No, maybe actually. I started dying by the third week. What other exciting things did we see? We saw like a little festival because it's Obon. Obon is like the festival that happens, Obon. The celebration week that happens in Japan during August. And the small festival that we saw in Hanazona Temple was them like doing like this song and chant where people dance in a circle around like the main stage area. And it was really nice to watch that for a little bit. And also see like the small little setups of booths, like little festival booths. It really is, I hate to say it, but anime is so accurate. It really is everything that you could picture in like a little anime festival, I guess. They have like the catching of the goldfish, which I wanted to try it. It's like a little paper net catcher, and then you try to like flip out the goldfish. But the reason why we didn't do it is because I don't want to go home with a goldfish. There's no means for me to take care of it. I wish it could just be like, can I experience without you giving me the goldfish? I don't need the prize. Just let me experience, but it makes things awkward. And you never, the goal of being in Japan, if you want to survive in Japan, the goal of how you should conduct yourself is to avoid any embarrassing situations. Never put yourself and another person in an embarrassing situation. Don't do it. Put it in the street drains. No. No. Don't do it. But they had like also like a booth where you can buy a mask because they like wearing the mask. So like the Tanuki mask or the fox mask, you could buy those. They had a bunch of like shaved ice booths. Lots of snacks that you could try. I didn't try any of the snacks though because unlike restaurant establishments, I don't know how they prepare their food or what they mix together or how they like boil it or boil it in oil. Or not boil it, but I guess fry it in oil. They probably share all the same oil. So to avoid a situation, I never tried any of the festival food. Oh no, my weakness. I want a fox mask. Yeah, there was a lot. There was a lot of people who were wearing them too, and it was really cute and nice watching people like dance to the different songs. At one point, they were playing a song that we recognized. And I don't know who was there that night, but when we were doing our Ghibli marathon, do you guys remember Pompoko with all of the raccoons? There was a song in that movie where all of the raccoons are like dancing and celebrating and they're like singing their song and then they say ole, right? At some point, there there was a song that they started playing, and then they do Olay once, and then me and Donut and Kimchi, we all look at each other going, we've heard this song before. Where have we heard this song? And then the first thing I could think of is like, it feels like something we heard from Ghibli. And that's where Donut goes, oh, it's from that raccoon movie that we watched. And that's where Kimchi chimed in. She was like, oh, the Pompoko movie. So they like playing that song for these festivals. I thought it was neat. It was neat. It's like it prepared us for that moment, you know? Day 4 of Shinjuku. Day 4 of Shinjuku, I think I watched a drag queen. So it was us trying to put away our luggage, and Kimchi was busy talking to the people to set up our delivery for luggages between hotels, right? While she was busy doing that, I was texting or sending emails to my sister, just trying to get updates about what had happened. And then as that's all happening, me and Donna are kind of like standing at the side. I see this guy, a drag queen, and then I guess another woman or another drag queen. I can't tell. Or maybe it was another man. I don't know. Maybe it was like 2 men and a drag queen. But I didn't catch their whole conversation. The only reason why I started paying attention to them is because they started yelling at each other. And it felt like a dispute happening. This was in the morning, okay? This was in the morning of Shinjuku, pretty early in the morning. And the only reason why I was paying attention to them is because they were walking home, but they were so loud. They were like in an argument. And eventually it got to the argument where they were snatching each other's wigs off, okay? They were like duking it out on the street. And I didn't really make a commentary on it. Neither did Donut. Neither did the security guard that was right next to us either. But they were like literally going ham on the street, like right down the street from us, while Kimchi was all busy. And I wanted to know the deets at some point because girl was upset. It was like a whole lover dispute. Like, this person was totally betrayed. Like, I don't even remember what the contents of it were. But I was just like, oh, they're going at it. And then literally snatching each other's wigs. Okay, not even kidding. But the drag queen, oh, she got it. She was like in full stiletto heels that morning. And she was ready to like beat whoever she was beating up. Eventually, they started having like a powwow on the street. They were all sitting down on the sidewalk. I could see the security guard just like hover around them, but he never interferes. The entire time, he never interferes. He's just kind of like I'm there too. I don't interfere because I don't know what's going on. I'm like, nah. This is Shinjuku on a Tuesday morning. This is crazy. I don't know. The other thing about that same morning, okay, when we were walking the streets the previous day, it was kind of like at a baseline. Let's just say we're creating a baseline here. A little messy here and there, but not bad. It was like there weren't like a lot of people in the streets in the morning or during the daytime. Everybody's kind of like busy going on in their lives, and it wasn't as messy. That was the previous day, right? That night, I couldn't go to sleep, so I was playing Woo-Wah on my tablet. And like when we were there in Shinjuku, there is a ton of ambulances that we would hear throughout the night. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, right? Tons of those. Also, hi Digi, welcome. I hope you're having a good night. And when we were sleeping, we would hear them throughout the night, but it would just happen like maybe like we would hear 5 of them throughout the night. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, right? But that specific night when I couldn't go to sleep and I was awake up until maybe 2 o'clock in the morning, there was a point where I heard an alarm blare that I didn't hear before. And then there was this guy on an announcement, like, PA system. He's crunching on the mic because he's literally eating it. Right? That sort of that sort of sound. But he's doing this for like almost like 5-10 minutes. I don't know. It was a long time. And he was just constantly just repeating the same things over and over again. And you could hear him. He's so clear. And the alarms are still going off. By this time, Donut is like knocked out right next to me. She's asleep. She didn't hear anything that following morning. I even asked her, I was like, did you hear any of that last night? She goes, no. I don't know about Kimchi. I'm not sure if she was awake, but this was going on for a long time. So something was going on. And I'm like, thank God we're not out there right now because it sounds like chaos out there. It sort of sounds a little bit crazy. So again, that same morning where the drag queen was duking it out with 2 other men in the morning, we walk out and we're like, wait a minute, what happened out here? It was so messy. It looked like a morning in New York. Like I can't even exaggerate. It looked like a whirlwind went through Shinjuku. There was so much trash everywhere, like literally littering every single part of the grounds that we were at. And then on top of it, there was like people passed out on the streets. There was probably like, 5 different people that we passed by, like groups of people too. There's like a group here, a group there, and then maybe like 1 or 2 people scattered. But then with each group, there was like, or people that were scattered around, there was somebody passed out. They were like on the ground, just sleeping. And I look at Donut, and Donut's like, what happened here last night? And I'm like, did you not hear any of the announcements last night? She goes, no, I didn't hear anything. And I go, oh, yeah, there was like a lot of noise last night and somebody like constantly yelling into a PA system. Something happened last night, but we don't know what happened. Minor riot? No idea. No idea what happened. It was a very wild night and we just happened to sleep through it. So, yeah, Shinjuku's interesting. I don't mind it. I don't mind the vibes of Shinjuku. Not my favorite place on the planet, but it was interesting to start there. It might have been a party last night. Maybe. It might have been a party and they were trying to like calm it down. But in the end, I'm not sure. I'm not sure because it felt like it was even more wilder that night in comparison to the previous nights that we went there. But yeah. Shinjuku Station, if you are to ever go to Shinjuku Station, don't trust the signs. The signs be pointing everywhere and anywhere, and even if you figure out which exit you're supposed to like go to, the exit, trying to find the exit. You remember that game, the Exit 8, where you're just like constantly going through the through the stations underground? Exit 8 really is truly a realistic game because there were like several different hallways that looked exactly like that, and they would just go forever underground. Lots of walking in Shinjuku Station. And then I told the girls, I'm like, as much as possible while we're in Shinjuku Station, we never separate because we will never find each other ever again. We would lose each other in Shinjuku Station if we go. So don't ever separate in Shinjuku Station. Don't do it. It's not great. Let me see. So let me upload some pictures and see if I can share them. Give me a moment. Give me 1 moment. So that way I could prove that we had a night in Shinjuku. Another thing. Very select few people know that I have this, not hatred. I have feelings. I have strong feelings about Chikawa. And Chikawa has haunted me throughout this entire trip. Like, not gonna lie. Literally, throughout this entire trip, all I would see is just Chikawa everywhere. Also, I like the new model. Thank you. Yeah, no, I would just see so much Chikawa everywhere, and every time at some point, even Donut was. It didn't even take long. It probably took a day for her to realize that I was peeved at Chikawa, and she just goes, "Hey, look, it's your favorite character," and I'm like, "Ew, nasty, gross." And then and then I see Chikawa Park right in front of me too. I don't have the pictures on my phone here. But I'm like, are you serious? It's a whole entire park. The line to the park is in a completely different area. It's in Sunshine City. Chikawa Park. Yes, Chikawa Park. Dude, has a whole entire like dedicated mall amusement park for it. Hi, Arson. Welcome, welcome. How are you? So, yeah, Chikawa Park. I didn't go. I took a picture right in front of it, and then I walked away. You should have shoved me in your bag. I should have. I really should have. Hold on. I'm currently trying to upload pictures to show the things that we did because I'm actually forgetting like big major things. But that first week of being in Shinjuku, we were kind of like major weebs. Huge weebs. Big weeb energy, okay? So let me show you guys certain things that I had the pleasure of seeing. The pleasure. Can I open this? Okay. How do I show this without incriminating myself in any way? Window capture, sure. Let's just do JP. Okay. You see this? You see this junk? Yeah. First thing I see when I walk into Japan, Chikawa. Alright? Rude. And it was like a whole entire collaboration thingy too, where they like have like magical girl magical girl transformations or whatever. Oh, okay, fine, I guess that's cute, whatever and try this too. You see that? Ugh. Thank you for unintentionally affirming that going to Hokkaido when I go is the correct choice. Breaking news, Rai hates Japan. No, I don't hate Japan. I don't hate Chikawa either. I think I just want to choke it. Like, it took everything in this specific place though. They had like all the Chikawa merch like in plastic bags, and they're all nicely packaged, and I'm like, I can't just grab them and choke them, you know? So there's a lot of these pop-up shops everywhere. And this is also the place where I got my umbrella. So if you're ever going to Japan during the summer, you have to buy like an umbrella / parasol. It has to be like UV protected along with rain protection too. It has to be like a combination because that actually saved my life. It was truly literally saving my life. Hey Kimchi. Welcome. They had the baby series coming out too. Blech, blech, gross. All these pictures that I'm showing are only from my phone though. And then I wasn't really feeling like super hungry that day, so I got some shaved ice. It was delicious. Except this grapefruit right here, the girls laughed at me. When I ate this grapefruit right here, bros, that is so sour. My face contorted so badly. And then the girls laughed at me. They were like feeling bad for me that I had like a terrible like bitterness in my mouth. They were just like, how funny your face. Oh, like, how rude. Like, come on, what the that you? And I'll tell you, that's probably a running theme. They just laugh at my suffering the entire week. Oh, oh man. I thought it was funny. See, you see this? You see this? Rude. So, no, it was delicious. It was like condensed milk, fruits, red bean on top, cherry. Yummy. Good, right? It was good. I'm surprised I don't have any pictures on my phone for the other thing that we went to. This is kind of unfortunate. Anyway, so we spent these first few days being like the ultimate weebs. All right, we are fulfilling our fantasy of finally going to collaboration cafes, and we had the opportunity to go to a Persona 3 collaboration. Kimchi was able to set us up with this, and the food was okay. It was cute. So these were the drinks. Mine was the red one, which is like a berry drink. I think Donut went for an actual cocktail, which is that blue drink to the left. And she's like, it just tastes like blue. Actually, I think both of them, their blue drinks are just like, it just tastes like blue. And I'm like, yeah, that definitely tastes like the color blue. And that actually will be a theme. I'm realizing that I don't like the taste of the color blue. It tastes like acid to me. It tastes like I'm literally drinking battery acid. I don't like it. I don't understand why that's such a popular flavor, okay? It is not good. Straight up acid. Not even kidding. This was mine. I went for the doggo. I like blue flavor. I do not like blue flavor. I'm not a fan. But I went P3. Yeah, we went to a Persona 3 collaboration, and I got this the Koromaru pancake because I like the design of the pancake, and that was like probably the most Persona thing. I believe this was donuts. Donuts food, and then this was kimchi's, where she got like a platter, but I don't even know who these are associated with anymore. I think this is associated with the white-haired boy. What's his face? I don't remember. Akihiko. And then I don't remember whose dessert platter this is. Koromaru pancakes is a high tier. Yeah. No, it was okay. Like, not... You know how a lot of people say, like, collaboration cafe food is not really the best thing on the planet? This was decent. And I mean, it was in a nice hotel, too. It was, like, in the Royal Park Hotel near Sunshine Island or whatever. So it is... I would say for a collaboration cafe, it was of the highest tier, right? The highest tier of a collaboration food that you could get. And the way that they presented themselves too, like the way that the hotel staff hosted it was very, very, how would I describe it? Like, what's a good way to word it? It was kind of like not prestigious, but you know, very formal almost. I think the P3 is the best we had food wise. The only one I can't compare it to is the Monster Hunter one, just because I was already tapped out by then. Atlas does put some work into their colas, not a lot, but some. Yeah. So I would say this is probably the best of the collaboration food that we had so far. So yeah, it was neat. They were playing like P3 music. They were showing like screenshots of the new game. It's the P3 Reload game. They were showing screenshots of that along the wall. They had like cute collaboration chibis on the wall too. So I took a few pictures of those, and then they had merchandise, but I'm not really the biggest P3 fan, so didn't really feel the need to pick up any merchandise. But it was neat. Very cool. The one that I felt more strongly about, though, and another thing that Kimchi set us up with, was a Katekyo Hitman Reborn collaboration. And if any of you know Katekyo Hitman Reborn, then you're a real one. We never got to experience this, and this is probably like living my middle school dreams, being able to go to a collaboration cafe for this. But literally picked up so many, as much as possible. If there was Reborn merchandise, I would buy it like on the spot, because I had never had the opportunity to buy any Reborn anything ever in my life. So I was literally fulfilling my childhood dreams alongside Kimchi, because she also watched it too. And then poor Donut, she's just like dragged in, just locked in with us. Now here's the funny part, right? Did you become a nurse yet? Did you ask me this question before? I think yes, I became a nurse. Welcome back. It's my 4th year anniversary. You've been here for a long time, I'm sure. But I've been here for four years now. Glad to see you on my 4th year anniversary. Yes, I became a nurse 5 years ago. Ain't that crazy work? That's crazy, right? Uh-oh, wait, you're outing me. Hold on, I'm supposed to pretend that I've only been active for 4 years. We can't tell them that I've actually been active online for 10 years. Don't, shh. Oh no. I'm old. Oh heavens. 10 years. Shut up. Y'all, leave me alone. I thought it was a test still or something. How do I check how long ago I followed? How about don't worry about it. I'm kidding. Yes, I'm a nurse. Thank you. Thank you for the congratulations. I'm not testing anymore. However, here's an update. My sister is on her last year of nursing, and she will be taking her test next year. So I guess there's something to look forward to then. Another nurse in the family. That's how long you've been around. Congrats to her. Yeah, whenever she is able to finish this year, then hopefully we'll have another nurse by then. That's reminding me of a Nurse John clip. Anyway, here's a funny story. So we went to the collaboration cafe for Katekyo Hitman Reborn, and you see those little, like, not washers, sorry, what are they called? Oh my god, coasters. Those coasters that we have, right? So you could collect the different coasters the more that you order. So we ordered enough for us, like 3 drinks, 3 dishes, and they all come with a coaster. Pretty cool stuff. And what happened is that we were reviewing all the coasters that we got, and there's a character named Squallow who has like long white hair, and he is not our favorite character at all. Like let me go look him up, actually. Here you go. Katekyo Hitman Reborn Squallow, all right? Just so you have an image on this guy, all right? This dude, okay? We get a thing for him, and we're like, ugh, we don't care about him. So Kimchi, we're going through it. We all have it like laid out, right? Like this. We initially had it all laid out. Are we talking IRL? Yes, we were talking IRL, because I'm talking about why I disappeared for 3 weeks to go to Japan. And how we were living it up as severe otakus during that first 4 days that we were there. We don't hate him. We just don't like him. Yeah, exactly. We just don't like him the same way. So at some point, Kimchi is just going through everything, right? She's going through all of them, and we're like listing them all out for Donut because she has no idea who these characters are. And then we get to Squallow, and we're like, and this guy, she just chucks him across the table. And was like, we don't care about him. And then at the same time, Kimchi mentioned, she's like, it's kind of rare, but sometimes fans would trade their coasters or collections to get their favorite characters, right? There's a girl next to us, Japanese girl. According to Donut, this girl was eyeing us the entire time we were listing out all the characters for her and going through the different coasters. And she straight up sees us chuck Squallow away. She approaches me because I'm sitting closest to her. And then I don't understand what she's asking. So Kimchi has to listen in. And she's just pretty much like, hey, I saw your collection. And do you want to trade your Squallow away for a character? And we're like, heck yeah, we want to trade him away. And she's like, who do you want? And we're like, we want Xanxus, which is this dude right here. We want Xanxus. And she's like, oh, sick. So she hands us Xanxus. We give her Squallow. We're all giddy. But then at the same time, we're feeling terrible. Because what if that's her favorite character and she just watched us just throw it away like that? We just felt bad at that point. It's like, we're never going to like treat any character terrible again. And then Donut starts explaining, she's like, listen, she was watching the entire time. This is too nerdy for me. Listen, I have to get you guys through it, okay? We have to get you guys through it so you understand what is this nerd otaku culture, all right? Because it's my first time experiencing it too. I never got to grow up like this. So we don't know what the decorum is. And when we got Xanxus, we were like, yay. But then Donut goes, listen, the reason I think they're trying to collect all of them because they also had a collection of coasters. And when I was looking through, they had a repeat of Xanxus. This was her copy. They wanted your Squallow, probably because they wanted to collect all of them. And we're like, ew. But then I'm like, what if that's her favorite? Because she was so excited to get it. And we were just over here just tossing him like trash because we didn't care about him. So, never. Don't ever. You never know who's watching. You never know who's watching. So treat them all well. Okay. If a girl asked for my Squallow, I think it would be lost in translation. No, his name is Squallow. I'm sorry, I'm sick. And I'm so nasally. And I'm surprised I haven't started coughing yet. But let's just pretend I'm not coughing. So yeah, food was okay. And then Mukuro, which we just kind of dumped on Donut because we're like, okay, Mukuro he's all right. He's okay. He's not that bad of a character, but he's not our favorite either. But Hibari is my boy. And I thought the food was okay. It was decent. It wasn't bad. Not to the point of P3. Not to the point of the P3 collaboration, but it wasn't bad. I don't have any pictures of this next part or next thing that I got to go to. But we got to go to the Tokyo Tower. And I got us tickets to the Tokyo Tower Wuthering Waves collaboration. IRL stream? Mm-mm. No IRL stream. I'm just pretty much talking about my entire trip there. But I got us tickets to go to the Wuthering Waves Tokyo Tower Red collaboration. And I was under the assumption that this was giving us tickets to go to the top of the Tokyo Tower, which is why I was like, all right, cool. I'll get us tickets. It's simple, easy. We go in there, see the collaboration, get junk, leave. I was very wrong, actually. When I went to the Tokyo Tower 3 years ago, they were building something underneath the Tokyo Tower. We never figured out what it was because it wasn't finished yet. Fast forward 3 years later, I come back and I'm like, cool, Red Tokyo Tower tickets? Surely that's just the Tokyo Tower. Red Tokyo Tower is actually underneath the tower. The thing that they were building was an AR/VR amusement park underneath the Tokyo Tower to encourage the local youth of Tokyo to be more active in Japan. So they created a bunch of VR games, AR games, where you could actually become like a mech if you sign up for it too, or you line up for it. You could become like a whole entire mech and do like mech battle and everything. Very cool. I didn't think we would be so invested in it until we started playing the games. Now, before I start, the Wuthering Waves collaboration was really cool. There was, like, there's some videos that people uploaded that there was like a place that you could, what is it? Like, write sticky notes on a wall and like leave a message behind. There was like free goodies that we got. So we got postcards, we got posters as well, and then like some like extra little goodies here and there. And again, I wish I took pictures of it in my phone, but I think it's in my other camera. Yeah, it's in my other camera. However, what does it say? Oh, well, I have one picture to prove that I was there. I didn't really take a lot of pictures on my phone, but this right here, I of course I'm the one of the English people that left the letter, but Kimchi put in the little character that's smiling, and I wrote down the one to the right, and then I'm just happy to be there. The drinks were okay. I got like a cute little coaster of Lupa. And then there was even like a little quiz rally that you could do. So if you answer the questions, then you get like a little goodie. But because it was all in Japanese and I wasn't gonna make Kimchi translate everything for us, we didn't do it. There was people there that were just like, do you happen to know the answer? And I'm like, I didn't even try. I would probably know the answers if I translated them all, but I didn't even try. I was just happy to be there. And then eventually we started playing the games. So some of them require like VR headsets, but I didn't want to do any of the VR headset ones. So we mostly did the ones where we could interact with it without having to wear a VR headset. So one of the ones that I kind of like dragged the girls to do was like you raise your hands and you're kind of, whenever you raise your hands, it creates like a bullet. So you're like in a bullet hell, sort of. It reminds me of Invaders. You're like the little ship invader, and then whenever you raise your hands, it creates a bullet, and then you try to destroy all of the incoming ships, bugs that are coming towards you. So we did a little bit of that after we figured out how the movement works. We also did something where, have you seen like those games where people have to do certain poses in order to get through walls? Like there's an incoming wall with a certain shape and you have to do a pose to get through the shape. And if you don't do the pose, you would fall in real life. But in this case, it's all VR. So Donut and Kimchi were the ones who did that. And it was so funny because the previous people were like little kids or young people. And they had like really simple poses. So I was like, this can't be that bad. Nah, when Donut and Kimchi had to get up there, they were having to like drop on all fours, get like low on the ground, and then do a really weird pose, and then like get low on the ground again. And I felt so bad because they were literally slamming themselves on the ground trying to get through. But they were so invested by the end of it. I videotaped all of it because it was funny. And then there was like others that you just like you throw a ball on the wall and it like you hit a target. There's like numbered targets and you try to knock them out with the balls and whatnot. So very interactive, very interesting to see how they set up this amusement park. My knees, yeah, exactly. I liked it. However, we lost track of time, so they actually fined us for being like 30 minutes over our time of being inside there because we only had like 90 minutes to stay in the amusement park, but we actually lost track of time, and they dinged us for it. We couldn't escape. Like, our tickets wouldn't let us leave until we paid the fine. So we were really confused at the start. Like, what the heck? Why is our tickets not working to let us out? But eventually they explained to us that we had to pay for overtime. So if you ever decide to go, pay attention. Pay attention to your time, because they will actually ding you for it. What else? We went to Skytree. Skytree was probably like the most touristy thing alongside Sunshine City area. And yeah, I mean, it was good. Oh, actually, I have a story about that. So in Skytree, I have a really cool watch. Okay. I really like the watch that I bought 3 years ago. So I don't know if I have a picture of my watch in here. I don't, unfortunately. But I bought a really cool watch 3 years ago. It looks like a steampunk gear-looking watch. It has an orange band, and I loved it. So when we went back to Skytree this time around, I decided to separate from the girls because there was like the Capcom, or not the Capcom store. Sorry, and then in the Pokemon store. There's a Pokemon store and then something else. And I was like, you know what, you girls have fun just checking it out, because it is neat. Like, it was like a Kirby, Pokemon, and then something else. And I separated from the girls for a little bit just to check out all the other shops. And the first place that I went to was the same shop that I bought that watch from. And one of the attendants noticed that a watch caught my eye again. And I'm like, this is a really nice watch. And she goes, yeah, you like it? I was like, I do. And then I told her, I was like, I've been here before and I bought a watch before. She goes, oh, okay, you have. Do you want to try it? And then she puts it on me. And then she sprinkles magic on me. And I fall in love with it. And then I just bought the watch because I actually really liked it. It's a black watch, silver lining, also gears, but it's an automatic one. So I don't have to like wind it up in comparison to my first one. And it's really nice. I wore it for the rest of the trip. She got you? Not only that, listen, she not only got me, but after she completed the purchase, right? I'm just like, thank you so much for your help. And she goes, yeah, can't wait to see you again next time. And I'm all, oh no. They know I'm going to come back. And they know I'm going to buy another watch. They know. And the way she says it, oh, she's so confident. I was like, it's over. Donut was there too. She sees that. She hears that, and she laughed when we walked away. She was like, it's over. They know you're going to come back and buy another one. And then she starts making jokes. She's just like, we're going to have to make it this specific design because we know for sure this person's going to dump $300 just to buy another watch. And I'm like, oh. They know. I should have told them. That I bought a watch there before. But they're really nice watches. And they actually come with like a whole entire care kit too. Like, I thought to myself, like, what happens if it breaks? Because there's so many like intricate parts in it that I'm not even sure. But my first one is still just fine. And they're very sturdy. So I love it. I genuinely love the watch. I do not regret that purchase. I don't look how much I paid for it because I know it's expensive. I know it was expensive, but I don't care because it's such a pretty nice watch and they're going to expect me whenever I come back. I shouldn't go back to Skytree. Don't let me go back to Skytree. Forget it. I'm not going to make it as like part of the trip anymore because I know my feet are just going to go straight for that watch store again. But it's probably one of my favorite souvenirs. It's so cool. It's such a cool watch. And I wish I took a picture of it, but I didn't. Now, I think that's it. There was like some unfortunate things that happened during those first few days too, but I don't really feel like we need to highlight those. It's just unfortunate that certain things happen, but it's just, something that we weren't expecting. And after Shinjuku, we went to, where did we go? Oh my god. Is it Sendai? I think it's Sendai. So Sendai is where Kimchi really wanted to go because they celebrate the Tanabata festival, which is like, where the star-crossed lovers, the whole entire tie a wish on a tree kind of deal. And specific to Sendai, they have like these long. Donut calls them piñatas. They're not piñatas, but kind of, okay, picture a piñata, right? A circular piñata with like long, long streamers, and they're huge. They're huge, long streamers, and they're on the ceiling. They're like hanging down like from the ceiling, like big old ornaments kind of deal. And they're very pretty. A lot of them are well decorated. In different streamers or different like types of streamers. Some of them are decorated with like paper cranes. So like 1,000 paper cranes are just suspended from their piñatas. They're not piñatas. The entire time she's walking next to me, she's just like, they're so piñata-like. I need a bat. And I'm like, no, you do not. You do not need a bat. There's nothing in there. It's hollow. They're not piñatas. But the entire time she's just like, there's a piñata. And I'm like, that's the Mexican in you speaking. Oh yeah, I don't have pictures in here either for that. Let me see if I can find it. Sendai Tadabata Festival. I already forgot what they're called though. Oh yeah, here you go. This is perfect. Exactly it. So we actually walked this street. And there's like multiple of these streamers, or not streamers. What would you say? What would you call that? Ornaments? Multiple of these ornaments just suspended from the ceiling. And we got to walk through this entire area full of them. Very pretty. Very, very pretty. Very, very cool. And I did a video of us just simply walking through, just seeing all these different streamers and whatnot. And some of them are like collaborations. I think I saw Arknight's collaboration for one of them. I think HoloLive was another that they offered like specialized, customized. I don't know what to call these things. I think I'll just call them piñatas until I know better. But yeah, they're all like specialized or customized in their like colors or has their names on it. So it was very pretty. And there's like multiple streets of these, long streets too, and it's full. So of course it's the festival time, so a bunch of people are in there too. When they were first setting it up, it's crazy because we were there like the day before they set it all up and it was empty. And then the next day, full of them already in place. And I'm just like, what the heck? How did they did this so quickly? We were here just yesterday. And then we come back in the morning and it's full. So I was very impressed with how quickly they erected these decorations, these ornaments. I don't remember what else. There was a lot that we did. So I believe in Sendai, is that where the Date Masamune? I would need the girls to pitch in because now my memory sucks. My memory sucks so bad, and I have to write everything down, but I don't have my notes with me. But there's the Sendai Castle, where Date Masamune is is located. So getting to Sendai Castle was interesting. I mean, the first time around wasn't too bad, but then we were trying to figure out where a festival was happening, and we were sort of lost for a little bit too. We were just walking around Sendai. The mausoleum. Ah, yeah, the mausoleum was neat too. This was our first, well, at least for me, I would say it was the most strenuous, one of the most strenuous, like, ascents, because I know there's always going to be a lot of walking in Japan. However, that was a very tall mountain. That hill was still the most intense part. Yeah, so it's just like, I take a picture. I wish I had that picture. I really should just download everything from my other camera, but it's in a micro SD and I can't read it yet. But it's just, I wonder if I can find a picture of it. Date Masamune Mausoleum. Zuihoden. And then of course nobody takes a picture of the staircase because they're like, nobody wants that. Okay, imagine this. Imagine the staircase, except bigger, longer, forever. Like something like this, except that's in Vietnam. It's so tall. And I was like, all right, I'm going to take a picture of this. And if I make it, if I survive by the end of this, then at least I'll have a picture by the end of it. But it's so tall. It was so strenuous. And we got there and I got to the top and I'm like, I'm dying. Mentally, I'm dying. And yeah, no, it was okay though. It wasn't bad once we were up there. The weather, very hot, by the way. Very hot during August. I actually failed to express how hot it is. It's so hot that it feels like you're walking through warm jello. Picture this. You're walking through warm jello, and then it's the type of hot that you can feel your sweat beading on your forehead, and you can feel your sweat dripping down your back, except it's not just one sweat. You could feel the one single sweat just like crush your entirety of your back. That's how, like, that type of hot. It's humid. Like, for example, here in Texas, we got up to 104 weather, but I'm still able to walk outside and I just feel the intense heat, right? But for over there in Japan, it could still be like 90, 87, but it feels like 102 because of how humid it is. That's the type of heat that you're dealing with over there. Like, it's crazy to say this, but I would rather take the intense heat of Texas over the cakey, warm cake jello feeling of walking through the humid parts of Japan. And I mean, I'm going to have to go through this again when we go back to the Philippines because it's the same thing. In Philippines, it's just constant sweating over there too. So I'm not, I don't know if I'm mentally prepared to do that again, but it'll happen because it's the same type of heat. Constant dampness. Yeah. So you're constantly combating the fact that you're going to be damp. If it's not dampness from sweatiness, you're damp because of the rain, or you're damp because it's just so humid outside. And then it's the combination of that on top of going between very humid areas, very heated, humid areas to very cool, like air-conditioned areas too. So if you don't do well with like the constant switching between like very hot to very cold in quick succession, like back and forth throughout the day, then you really have to plan your time because you will be damp during summer. And unfortunately, I'm one of those that are very sensitive to the quick temperature changes. My body doesn't adjust too well with that, and I think it just got progressively worse that my body was not regulating temperature anymore because I was sick. So it sucks. It was just sucking the entire time. But Sendai was really cool. It really felt like we got to experience a lot of the festivities during that time. And then also really be in touch with a lot of the history there too. We got to see a lot of cool, I think we got to go through like a good number of shrines. The mausoleum was kind of like a museum of sorts, just an outside museum. I don't think we actually went into a museum in Sendai. I don't think so. Everything was outside for the most part. What other pictures do I have in here to trigger my memories of Sendai? Let me see. I am trying to recall. Oh, well, here we go. Proof. Proof that I've been there. Let me upload these pictures then. Give me a moment. Let's see. So, I have pictures of these. It was raining. Proof that I was actually there. Lots of Sanrio stuff too. Oh, and I guess our very cute desserts during that time as well. We got to go to like a parko. There's two parkos in Sendai, close to the Sendai station. So one of them is like mostly all like fashion related stuff. The other one is a little like both of them are fashion related, but the other one I would say has a lot more like different things going on for it. And it also has like the Pokemon store and the Capcom store and all that stuff too. The loft is nearby it as well. Anyway, so these are the streamers, the ornaments that we got to see. These are just tiny ones, but it just goes to show how many different types, right? How many different types they have. I just thought this was really cool because they really folded all these cranes together. And then they have like the little poofy part or circular part on top, but it doesn't have to be circular. Some of them I saw were like squares or like different designs of it, but majority of them are like this circular top over here. And then this is us on Sendai Castle when it was raining. It took us a little bit to figure this out because at first we were like, wait a minute, here's like the little village area. Where's the actual castle? And then the castle doesn't actually, it's not a castle anymore. It's more like this open grounds of where the castle used to be. But we were looking for this statue in particular. Had we just turned around and looked, we would have found it instantly. But, you know, we just ended up walking through. But it allowed us to get some umbrellas because we were lacking umbrellas at the time. And here's the watch. Okay. The cool watch. Yeah. So proof that that's me. There was, I guess, like collaborations with Sanrio, but they do like the Date Masamune look, right? The big old crescent moon kind of deal. And then at one of the parkos, they had a cute little like patisserie shop place. So we ended up eating breakfast and it was cute. It's cute, right? Cute little foods. Because we always have the aesthetic Japanese food specifically, you know? So this was actually good. I liked the tarts that they offered here. And the actual cafe was very nice too. What else can we say about Sendai? Is there anything else I want to add about Sendai? I would just say that it was really nice to walk around there, and by the time that we're already familiar with where we're at, we always have to leave. We always have to leave by the time that I'm kind of like familiar of how to get around the place. The hotel that Kimchi picked to was very nice. It was like a old style hotel, but the actual place was very, very nice. And then I don't know if I have the pictures here, but we also have Kimchi's cake, which was like a Pikachu shaped cake. Yeah, here you go. This is the Pikachu shaped cake. And it was cute. Matsushima Bay was relaxing? Yes. So we actually got to spend a day to go to Matsushima Bay. And I'll just share my what do you call it? My little Tanabata thing. Here we go. So this was what the little Tanabata thing that I hung up when we were visiting the area. And then we got to go visit Matsushima Bay, which was relaxing, very, very nice to just sit down and look at the bay, even though it was raining. It was nice to walk around there, very relaxing. We got to try, so this green is like a Zunda. Zunda, Zunda, is pretty much like crushed up edamame beans, and they make it like sweet. So it's a little sweet treat, and that's kind of what they're known for in this area. And this one over here is like a water jelly with red bean in it. both delicious, really simple, and then with some matcha tea on the side. So like it was nice to just, take our time eating this. The ladies that were serving us was also very sweet too. And then we had a very, very nice view of the bay itself. There's like islands that people could go visit. And I think they can do some island hopping here too, but mostly there's like this one cruise that goes to like the Matsushima Island. And a lot of tourists were lined up to do that, but for us, we were like, nah, we're just gonna enjoy the bay itself because, for what Kimchi told us, it's considered one of like the most beautiful spots in Japan because of the pine trees or the certain type of like pine, yeah, certain type of pine tree that is located there. The way that they, uh, not not curate, but it's like when the way that they cut it back, prune it. It's very, very aesthetic to look at. So honestly, this was probably one of my favorite days, just because everything kind of went the way that we were expecting it to go. After after all the mishaps of the stations, because we completely missed our stops, and then trying to figure out going back and forth in between it was a little frustrating, but it was all right. I mean, we got to walk through some small towns, kind of see the local life. Maybe we didn't know what was going on there, or there's nothing really to see, but I don't mind it. I actually thought this was one of our better days, just because it really felt like we were exploring Japan. So it's okay. It's okay to get lost. It sucks. I mean, it feels like you're kind of like losing time here and there at times, but it's not bad. It's not a bad thing. And so long that you know how to navigate, especially using like the train systems and whatnot, it doesn't feel too bad of a loss because you could still always find something to learn or to see. So I didn't mind it. I didn't mind the fact that, we kind of missed our stops because it was interesting too, because it was like two different trains. They go to like different stations. And unfortunately, the station that we were trying to get to, the trains that we were using kind of like completely missed it, or we just completely missed the stop entirely just because we didn't realize that it was stopping at to where we needed to go. So yeah, it was a good learning experience, that's for sure. And knowing me, if I had to travel back over here, I would likely run into the same issue again. I will not remember. I won't remember how we managed to get to where we were, but it's okay. It's okay. We figured it out in the end, and that's what matters. Um, but we kind of did this stopover before we went to Aomori. Aomori is probably like the most northern part of Japan that we went to, closest to Hokkaido, the Hokkaido area, and I would say the temperature there is very balanced in comparison. Like you have like the coastal weather up there. And it was surprising to see more tourists up there too, but I guess they kind of have like the same idea that because the weather is so much nicer, they visited the more northern areas like Aomori. Aomori is known for apples though, so I was just surrounded by a ton of apples everywhere. um, that first night that we were there, I think we only visited, what is it? We only visited that museum. There was a museum that we visited that was about Nebuta. Nebuta, I think is what it's called. It's like these big floats that they would create for their festivals up there. What Kimchi wanted to see was like these apples in the train, but unfortunately we weren't able to see those. Also, I forgot about the museum too. We visited a museum, um, a Pokemon museum. So let me upload pictures of those as well. I'm just gonna just do a bunch of random pictures. Oh, these are so out of order, but whatever. Too many uploads. Whatever. Chill out. So, first place that we went to in between was this Pokemon museum. I don't remember exactly where this was. I don't like it's a different city. A different city that we went to while we were passing by. But there was a lot of different like Pokemon pottery, certain things we couldn't take pictures of. I don't think anyway. They didn't want flash photography, but I took pictures of the ones that caught my eye. The biggest, I guess, exhibit that they have was this Mewtwo exhibit though. And like here's like a closer picture of it too. It's interesting like the materials that they made it out of. But of course, I had to take a picture of my favorite, my little dude. My little shaman who looks adorable. Very cute. Very cute works. Very cute designs. And then the museum that we went to, Nebuta, which was the early Hachinohe. There you go. Yeah. Hachinohe. Wow. See, oh, thank God. Thank God that you guys have better memory than I do, because I do not remember anything anymore. So this was not something that was particularly anything I was aware of, but it was neat seeing like the big old floats and then learning how like the different prefectures or like the different cities celebrate differently when it comes to Obon or like these type of festivals. So specific to Aomori, I believe they do these big old floats, and I believe was it Hachinohe? I think it was either I think it was Hachinohe that we were watching on TV one night, where they also have these type of like they also have floats too, but the type of floats that they have look very, very different. So it really is dependent on region to see like how they do their different styles. The one thing that we couldn't see, which we were hoping to see, was like the trains having these cute lanterns, except they're apple shaped for Aomori, but we weren't going to be there when they had them up. So at most, there was these in the hotel that we could appreciate. But Aomori was a nice little trip too. I liked the vibes of the area. Very, very simple. Very simple, easy to navigate. And then I forgot. I loved. Well, first let me show off pictures. Show off these pictures too. Uh-oh, if they'll upload. Heck yeah. Alright, so Aomori, right? Proof. And I made sure to start using my little hog that I picked up from Sendai. Because Sendai, did you know Capcom has like a new Harinezumi hedgehog mascot? Like legit. It was just something that was announced last year. And when we saw it in Sendai Capcom, I'm sitting here going, excuse me? Where did you come from? Were you made for me? Yes. Yes, Harry over here was made for me. So now he was my little travel buddy. Went with me through thick and thin, through rain and shine on the entire trip, and I love it. I love it. I really should take more pictures of them. But yeah, Aomori was good. I like the little trips, and then their little mascot is Ikube. So it was funny because the girls already moved on, and then I just happened to see little notes about him. And they had like quick facts, right? So date of birth, February 22nd, with his favorite food being a rice ball. I walk up to Donut, and she's looking at this big boy right here. But another big boy, and I'm like another bigger version of him. She's like, I wonder what this is. And I'm like, his name is Ikube. He was born on February 22nd, and his favorite food is a rice ball. She just slowly looks at me and goes, wow, I didn't know you were such a big fan. Uh, that's crazy. Have you just been hiding this from me this entire time? And I'm like, no, I just read it in the little info card. But I said it with such confidence and so straightforward that she was convinced I was a closet fan. I think I played it off very well. But the observation tower from like their pyramid that's there was very nice. Very nice, like observation area that kind of like overlooked the entirety of Aomori, and then you can kind of see across the way. At first, we thought we could see Hokkaido from there, but I don't think so. I think we only saw like the tip end of the mainland, and then beyond that one is where you could see Hokkaido. But it was a nice view. Again, really, really good day. Then we also spent that day traveling, or the rest of the day traveling all the way to Kyoto. And then when we went to Kyoto, that was also a lot of walking around and traveling and trying to figure out our stay. The hotel that I picked, I thought was right next to Kyoto Station. I was wrong. It is not right next to Kyoto Station. And I felt kind of bad having the girls walk through these dark alleys through Kyoto. But we eventually got to our hotel, and our hotel was very nice, and the people were also very nice. Their entrance, I thought there would be more than one entrance, but it really just seems like it just has that one entrance area. And they weren't lying. It is next to a station. It's just not next to the station I thought it was. So it is convenient. I still think it's a solid choice of a hotel. I was just under the wrong impression of it being right next to Kyoto Station. That's all. It didn't look that far on Google Maps, okay? But it was pretty far. It's like a solid 10-minute walk. 10-minute walk, just walking through all these alleyways and then going, listen, I know that Kyoto doesn't look like it's dangerous, but I actually feel kind of weird walking down these streets in the middle of the night, especially with all our stuff. But once we got to the hotel, it wasn't so bad. It wasn't so bad after the fact. And then with Kyoto, that was a lot of walking. Kyoto was a lot of walking also. I got to finally go to Kinkuchi Temple, which is like the Golden Pavilion. It was like the one place I wanted to go the first time that I went to go to Japan, but we didn't have the opportunity to, and I knew that my parents, my mom and my auntie wouldn't want to be walking that much, so I didn't go. We just didn't have time, and that was probably like the most touristy thing that we did. Like touristy, like tourist attraction area is probably that, because they make you walk through a certain path. The lake surrounding the Golden Pavilion's very pretty. It was sort of rainy that day though, but even then it didn't detract from how yellow gold, I guess, the pavilion looked. We didn't enter it. We just kind of just walked around it, saw the little sites nearby. There was lots of places to do offerings. Oh shoot. You know what? I completely also skipped over like one of the biggest things. Every shrine that we went to, I would be asking for a boyfriend. And I forgot that the very first shrine that we went to, it was near Hanazono Temple, all right? So there was the Hanazono Temple shrine. Went to that one, did just fine. Clapped twice, bowed twice, did our offerings, rang the bell, clapped twice, bowed twice. All good. There was a small little one next to it, and we walk underneath, right? And the first thing that comes out of my mouth is, okay, it comes out wrong, and I think I cursed the trip at the start because something followed me home. Because I'm just like, I just casually call the god a demon, and I'm like, oh, JK, hold on. You're not a demon. You're a god. Sorry. Here's an offering. Oh my god, don't kill me. I swear that's not what I would try to say. And let me just pay my respects because something's gonna follow me home now. And it's so funny because that following day, the lights start flickering. There's like an unfortunate thing that happens every, like, not terrible, not a terrible thing. It's just an unfortunate thing. And then we would always blame it on whatever followed me home that day. But like consistently with every shrine that I went to, I'd just be like, please give me a boyfriend. Thanks. And then that didn't happen. So I started asking to become rich, and that's not happening either. So I don't know. I don't think these gods are listening to me. They probably don't understand me. That's probably what's going on. And I was pretty consistent too. Every single one, I'd just be like, please let me meet the love of my life. At some point, I just hope you just offer them to me on a silver platter and they just appear. Poof, amazing. And they better be like hot and rich. Thanks. Now they're listening. Bro, I'm just saying that, I mean, why not? They just act when you apparently mock them. I guess I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to call one of them a demon, and I genuinely think something followed me home. Because the lights weren't flickering the day before. Why were they flickering now? So we would always make jokes. It's the fox demon. Whatever was following me. The demon that followed me home. And for a little while, it was to the point that just slight inconveniences would happen, and we would make jokes that was the reason why. So I started like formulating in my head a one-shot. I'm like, I'm going to write a one-shot of this poor foreigner, traveler, tourist who just happens to enrage a god and then has something follow them around their entire trip. And it's just very unfortunate, inconveniencing things. And then I asked Donut to be my my editor. And she's tormenting me, saying, hey, this wasn't in the plot. Why did you write this in here? This isn't accurate to real life. And I'm like, it's not supposed to be a self-insert. It's supposed to be just an inspiration of our trip, okay? And she's like, I guess you're right. You're right. But I know. I know she wants me to do a whole entire autobiography of all the little slight inconveniences that we had. Which I don't even remember anymore because I'm not even talking about them. I don't keep them in mind, clearly. I do remember some, but not a lot. I need to take a drink of water now that I think about it. So yeah, just keep in mind, every single time I say we visited a shrine, just know every shrine that I visited, I wished for a boyfriend, okay? So if I get a boyfriend in 2026, I'll have you know that at least one of the 20 gods that I prayed to was listening, okay? One of them was listening, and they're like, you know what? Actually, I did have one listen to me. Not even kidding. Not even kidding, bro. Listen. All right. So we were going to go to a lantern festival. It's where you like light a lantern and you float it up in the air and it's all romantic and sweet and aesthetic and nice. All right. It was raining that day. So when we went to a shrine that morning, I was like, I did my offering of 10 cents, threw it in there, rang the bell, clapped my hands twice, bowed twice, and then I said, listen, you're the god of water and the mountains. If any of you have the capability, can you like not make it rain at 8 p.m. tonight? Like tonight, especially because it's raining really hard right now. But we're going to a festival later, and it would be nice if it didn't rain this evening. Guess what? It was raining. It was raining up until like 7:30, all right? Our butts were wet. We decided to sit down on like these stepping stairs or whatever. And it's just wet. You can even see like the outlines of our butts because of where we sat. That's how wet it was. It's just raining. Everybody has an umbrella too. And then guess what? It clears up right at 8 o'clock. No rain, not a single drop. There's not even a cloud in the sky. What happened? So somebody listened, okay? Somebody knew. And they're like, fine, you know what? I'll answer this one. We'll clear it up just for them. And the Lantern Festival was very cute. It was, we each had our own little lantern, and we each had our own little wish. Except I think my lantern was a little fat and heavy because I put a lot of wishes on that thing too. My friends, they're just like, I wish for happiness. I wish I could travel with my friends again. I'm like, these are so sweet. They be watching me put a whole entire laundry list on mine. I'm like, none of these gods have answered for me to have my shoujo moment of having a boyfriend encounter. So number one, get a boyfriend for real. Except he's hot and he's rich, okay? But they never answered the first one. So I put the second one, and I'm like, be rich. And then in parentheses, ER. Because I'm like, if they don't listen to the first one, at least they can listen to the second one. And then I already forgot what the third one was. I think the third one was to ask to get better. The fourth one was... What was the fourth one? Oh my god, I don't remember what I wished for anymore. Did I even write it down? Let me see. Did I put it in here? Anyway, I think I put too many wishes because my lantern was so dim in comparison. And Donut was making fun of my lantern the entire time. She's just like, I wonder why yours is so black. And I'm like, shut up. It's supposed to be, why is yours so orange? I don't understand. Everybody's was so bright and then mine was so dark. And then she looks at how my lantern is. It's just like, maybe they didn't put it in right. And then she goes, no, actually, they put it the same way like mine is. Why is yours so dark? And I'm all, I don't know. I don't know why mine is so dark. Shut up. It's trying its best, okay? It still has a little light. It just needs some time to get used to all the wishes that it's holding, you know? So it was kind of funny, honestly. I actually think during this time is when I started getting sick too, because I remember, I think by now I started having a cough, but it wasn't as bad as it got till that weekend. Anyway, yeah, no, the Lantern Festival was really fun. Like, I wish I could have done more, but I was already so under the weather at that time that I'm like, you guys can eat and maybe do some of the games. I think I'm just happy vibing here until the lanterns happen. And the song that they really like to sing, you know, Tangled, right? With Rapunzel. And now I see the light. Da, 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 da. Yeah, that song. They really like that song. Like, genuinely. Except they were singing it in Japanese. At first, they were just like, wait a minute, we know this song too. And they really like Disney. Disney is so popular in Japan, truly. It really is. But I don't know, I think it's just cute that they like to sing that song when it comes to those lanterns. And I mean, it makes sense. They use the lanterns in the Disney movie too, but... Oh, another thing too. Okay, so the girl that they invited to sing during that time when all the lanterns were flying, right? Before we shot them in the air or let them go into the air, the girl was trying to like hype up the crowd. She's like some sort of idol or somebody. I don't know. She's like a singer that's like up and coming, and they're trying to hype her up in the crowd. And she's like singing her songs. And of course, I don't know who she is because I'm not from here. But I kind of suspected, you know, maybe the locals do. She starts singing one of her songs. And you know how, like, when singers are performing in the concerts, they, like, hold their mics to the audience so they could sing? She does that at some point, right? She does that at some point, points it to the crowd. She's like, yeah, go ahead, sing the part. Nobody's singing, Okay, nobody's singing. They're all surrounded. They're all crowded there in like main area now, but nobody's saying. And then I'm over here with the girls far, far away back in the area that we decided to stay in. And I'm like, oh, heck no. Guys, don't do that to her. She was like so hyped and so excited. And she's like singing her song with so much gankiness. And nobody's singing. I was distraught. Okay, I was crashing out because it was like live, just listening to no one. It was dead silent. And she goes, "Oh, okay," and continues singing. I felt so sad for her. I was like, "Girl, if I knew your song, I would be the one to sing it." Okay, but I don't know anything. It just feels bad. It feels bad when that happens. Oh, no, I felt so bad, but I still remember. I'm like, no, don't leave a girl hanging like that. She was really so excited to sing her song and nobody knew it. Nobody knew it and nobody was singing. I don't know who she was, but I hope she wasn't too hurt about it. I hope she was okay. It just kind of felt bad listening to it and then just crashing out. That one foreigner crashing out far, far away, that was me. That was me. But I forgot the day in between our Kyoto days. We actually went to Osaka at some point, and we went to the Osaka World Expo, which is Osaka World Expo 2025. So the World Expos is where a bunch of these different countries decide to, I guess, present their countries in this like big world event. So we actually got to go here. Got us some tickets for that. We didn't get to go into any of the pavilions because they're really like huge lines. Huge lines. It was actually very busy there on the weekend. It was a weekend day. It was Sunday. And the pavilions are interesting because they're like different architectures, different styles. And then you have like the common buildings that have like multiple different countries in booths, right? They have like designated areas to present their country, like what they sell, what they do, what are they proud of. And we really only got to explore maybe like one or two, not very many. And then we noticed that there was like stamps that you could collect throughout each one, right? So with the stamps, we were like, what the heck? Where did they get the stamp passport? We want that. Turns out the stamp passport was in the gift shop at the very start, like the entrance. And usually when you go to these type of amusement parks, you don't really go to the gift shop until the very end. So we were kind of like astounded. We were like, oh shoot, is that the reason why the line was so long at the start when we walked in? Because they knew to go in there. We didn't. We didn't know to go in there. So, oh, did you not get one? No, we ended up getting one. I was stubborn. I was like, if there's anything as far as like a souvenir to get from the World Expo, it's at least the stamp card, the stamp passport. So it was chaotic in there. It was so full, so chaotic. And we were like bunched up in there like sardines, just trying to find this little passport thing. I also bought like a little magnet because I was like, if we're in there already, I might as well just go ahead and get my souvenirs. Because if I don't get them now, there's no way I'm going to be able to get them later. I'm failing. Going to be here for a bit until I get tired again. Welcome back. So yeah, we ended up getting the little passports. And Donut was MVP because I was like searching the entirety of that shop. And I was like, I do not see these passports anywhere. Where are they? Are they closer to the cashiers? And then we were in this area that like, well, before we get to the cashiers, but still in the shopping area. And there's like this family with a stroller who's just kind of like pushing back and forth, not really deciding where they wanted to go. So eventually we kind of got all like stuck there like sardines. Thankfully, Donut was able to get out of that. And she noticed, like, right at the end, there was the passports. So she grabbed, like, 3 of them for us. And I'm like, thank God you found them, because that's, like, the only thing we were really looking for. Speaking of, I hear a lot of EU countries aren't doing stamps or passports anymore. It's a shame, because stamping is fun. That's a shame. No, the stamps are really fun. It's nice to view, like, the different areas that you visited in your little passport, especially if you travel a lot. Take a drink? I will. You know what? That's a good idea. New outfit, I see. Nice. Yes, new outfit indeed. Actually, you know what? I've been in this dark mode this entire time because I was trying to just be in the mood, but actually these are the real colors. Very bright. Very bright. And you know what? I'm gonna put on my glasses again too. There we go. So, holy, not edgy anymore? Nah. Nope. Pretty bright pastel. I quite like the design. I'm happy with it. I've actually been done with this design since July. Just had no opportunity to use it until now. Wow, so orange, very orange, right? In comparison to my other model. But yeah, we did get the stamp rally passport for the expo, and then we went into one of the commons and collected like a bunch of different stamps, and some of the stamps are very detailed, very nice. It was nice to fill out like a whole entire section of it too, but then doing that is literally like a whole hour and a half of just going around and collecting those stamps. So we really only could do it for like one of the common areas. And then all the major pavilions, like the big pavilions, are long lines. Like you were actually waiting if it's like non-reserved. And even with the reserved ones, it feels like even if you reserve a time or a slot, those lines look like that's still like an hour or a half wait, hour and a half to 2 hours of just waiting. So it's really an all day event. If you had the opportunity to go to any of these World Expos, you really have to plan your day. There wasn't really like any outside events for us to view. The areas to walk around were very nice though. Good coverage, especially in like the middle area where it was kind of like more of a forest area. So lots of good shading. Lots of places for kids to play. And then that's pretty wild. Like amusement park level lines? Yes, amusement park level lines. So for example, the ones that I wanted to see was like the Philippines. I was looking for Brunei, but I couldn't find Brunei anywhere. We got to see Laos though, and then poor Donut was like, "Where's the Mexico flag?" And we're like, "We don't know. Why did they pull out?" And I was like looking for the Philippines ones. The girls already pointed out to me, but I get so distracted because the Philippines ones is right next to the American one, and the American one, the USA one, is so distracting because it has like 2 huge like LED flat screens like on both sides of its entrance, and it's like the most American thing. Like I could see the eagle on there, and I could hear. It doesn't. I could just hear the caw of an eagle whenever I see it. They have like the mountain ranges and the cowboys and the horses, and I'm like, that's just Texas. No, that's just probably New York. It's just like New Mexico or Arizona or whatever. I don't know. And then the flag. It was just so American. I was so distracted. And then the girls were like, the Philippines is right there. And I'm like, this big old straw wooden pavilion. It straight up says, I love Philippines right next to it. I'm like, oh yeah, that is the Philippines. America. Yeah, literally. It was so American. I was very distracted by it. It made me laugh. But I did take a picture with the Love Philippines sign. So I was very happy to see that. And then this is their little mascot, which the entire time we were looking at it, I'm like, I don't know how I feel about it. But the more that I looked at their little mascot, the more I was like, yeah, I'm warming up to it. There's something cute about it. I don't know what it is. It has way too many eyeballs. I don't know why they decided with all the eyeballs too. But it is cute. And I think his name is Muk Muk? Muk Muk Muku Muku? What is mascot? What is your name? Nyaku Myaku Myaku. I can't say it with my nose all stuffed up like this. What is the World Expo? The World Expo is kind of like, I mean, the World Expos have been going on for years, but they like pick a place. It's almost like the Olympics, except no competition. It's more of the chance for multiple countries to come together in a certain area and promote their country in like certain spots. So either they create a huge pavilion, which is like a dedicated building. The entire building is dedicated to this country, or they can rent out a booth space in like one of the common buildings and have like a smaller area to explore their country. And then usually in these exhibits, they would show like their local arts, what their economics are, like what do they trade, what is their resources that they think is like the most valuable to their country, and then their relations to, let's just say, Japan. A lot of them were focused on their relationship with Japan and how Japan is trying to make sure to maintain these relationships with these countries in a good way. Did you see any love in Deep Space? Once, actually. I'm surprised that I didn't run into a lot of love in Deep Space, but I saw it once. And you know where I saw it? I saw it in the Golden Pavilion. I was walking around, minding my own business, and then a girl in Harajuku gothic Lolita clothing pops up in front of me, right? And I'm like, dang, she's styling. Not only that, though, she has an Ida bag, and she flashes that Ida bag in front of me, and it has Silas all over it. Literally the same badge of Silas, like 50 times over. Did you see Love and Deep Chin? No, I did not see Love and Deep Chin, unfortunately. If I did, I would have taken a picture and sent it immediately. Huh? Inside the World Expo? No. I saw it in Kyoto when I was walking to the Golden Pavilion. While we were walking around in the Golden Pavilion, that's where this girl walks up in front of me, literally flexes her Love in Deep Space Silas bag, minding her own business, but I'm not minding my own business because I'm too busy looking at her bag. Did you get her number? She's my bestie now. No, I did not get her number. She was intimidating. She had the highest, she was so tall because of how thick her soles were, and she was dressed so nicely, and she would have just thought I was a filthy gaijin, you know? So, no, I did not get her number. I did not get her number because I'm not that strong of a person. And I'm not a Silas main either. I can appreciate Silas, don't get me wrong, but I was not a Silas main. So if she was a Caleb main, that would be a very different story. But I have nothing to even prove that I am a Caleb main, okay? Or a Zane main for that matter. I have nothing on me. And I'm actually shocked that everywhere that we went, I didn't really see anything like it. Like all the animate stores that we went to. We went to a bunch. And I saw a lot of Wuthering Waves stuff, which was cool. Saw a lot for obscure anime and games that we played also. But not a lot of Love and Deep Space. Fake fan. Listen, I'm not actively seeking it out, okay? Maybe if I went to Ikebukuro or Harajuku, maybe I would have seen a little bit more of it, but we didn't really explore a lot for Ikebukuro as far as all the other otaku stuff. We already did enough otaku stuff. I was already animate out. But that latter half of the trip when we were back in Tokyo, I was pretty much tapped out. I couldn't even, I ended up just staying in the hotel for the last 2 days because of how sick I was. So, yeah. If I wasn't sick, maybe I would have actively looked for it more, but no opportunity to. So, yeah, that was Kyoto, Osaka, Uji. Uji was kind of like a day trip too. that we just kind of walked around in the local area. And there was like a really, I think we also went to like a local shrine too at some point. There was one shrine that we went to. It was during like the stamp rally for Kimchi's Token Rambu thing. I was getting eaten alive by mosquitoes by then. And it's kind of funny because I'm like the mosquito magnet, but I've never seen it to where I attracted like 3 different types of mosquitoes all in one day. That was crazy. Happy 4th year, right? Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Rafficado. How are you? Even though you're sick, it's nice to see you again. Thank you. I'm happy to be here. I am happy to be here. I know I sound stuffy, and my voice... I was listening to my voice yesterday. It's a little different than usual. But hopefully, it's been better. It's been getting better. But I do have unfortunate stories to share about my sickness. Anyway, so... what was I saying? Oh god, my ADHD is getting worse. What was I even saying anymore? Oh, Uji. Oh, but wait, before that, Kyoto. Okay, so Kyoto, we were still going around the different shrines. Lots of walking again. And for one of the stamp rallies, it was kind of funny because there was this old man who was doing the Token Rambu stamps for Kimchi. And then I'm just like, oh, I wonder if we can get a stamp too, because by then we already had our Osaka stamp book, but it wasn't completely stamped out because we could only do so much. The most that we did was like the layered stamp at the very back of the book, and then like one of the common grounds, and then whatever we could hit up outside. So I'm like, it's a shame that we don't have anything else to stamp. So the plan for Dona and I is that we started doing stamps from different train stations that we visited. It's not a lot better tonight than last night. That's good. I'm glad. Yeah, I've been sleeping a lot. I've been so sleepy. Actually, I was a little late to stream tonight because I'm still sleepy. I think I just need a lot of rest. But it's okay. I'm pretty awake now, and I have to flip my sleep schedule anyway. So anyway, I was like, it's kind of a waste not having any more stamps. So how about we start doing the train stamps? So Donut has like a 6th sense for them. I'm not looking because I'm too busy navigating, just trying to navigate. But she just happens to just naturally like land her eyes on where these train stamps are. Can you give me your sleepiness? I wish. If only. And so we started collecting train stamps. But then at some point when Kimchi is doing her little stamp rally for Token Ranbu, I was like wondering, I wonder if we can get the same stamps too from the Token Ranbu stamp rally. There was this old guy, the first guy that we get to see, and he's like, what the heck are you guys doing all the way up here? Because it's like unusual to see tourists traveling to this type of shrine. And she's just like, well, I'm here for this, but you know, my friends are here for the ride, I guess. Is it possible for them to get the stamp? And he's like, no, I can't give them the Token Ranbu stamp, but I can give them a stamp. And then I'm like, oh, sick. And I just hand him my thing, and he gives me like this it's just like a really like different type of stamp. It's like this old guy who is just saying like a word, which I don't remember now. But it's such a simple stamp. And then when he stamped it, I'm like, I'm happy. And he goes, yeah, this is strange. This is strange, but I'm glad you're happy. He seemed amused at the fact that I was happy that he was willing to stamp our stuff anyway. Yeah, for the rest of the trip, we just kind of filled out our stamp books with train station stamps, which were very nice. They were very nice stamps. And then whatever other stamps I could find. So when we visited like the Mugiwara store, which is the One Piece store, they also had like a stamp rally thing going on. I just filled my stamp book with that too. So any stamp that I encountered, I just used the World Expo stamp book for it. And it's fun. It's nice. Yeah, that was Osaka. So that was on the 10th. The 11th was Uji. Oh, and then another thing. There's like a lot of cute old men that we approached too, or that we encountered. So one of the old men in one of the shrines, like we went to a shrine. I was being eaten alive by mosquitoes. Oh, that's where I was. Okay, so it was the last day that we were in Kyoto, and then we were going to do a day trip to Uji, and then we were going to leave. So what it is one of the shrines that we went to, I was wearing shorts. What a mistake. And then and then I kept smacking my legs because I knew there was mosquitoes trying to eat me alive. I killed like 3 mosquitoes, but every single time I would get a smear of blood on my hand. And not only that, but I would take a look at them just to see what they look like. The first mosquito that I killed was like long and thin. The second mosquito that I killed had a big butt. The third mosquito was just huge. It was massive. And then I think I looked at Donut and I went, my dude, I'm attracting like literally all of the different types of mosquitoes here. This is my first time seeing like 3 different types of mosquitoes all in one area, just attracted to me and biting the heck out of me. And then their bites or whatever saliva they have, it's different. It burns. I've already had mosquito bites here when I came back home trying to like prune my tree. But I'm just like, whatever. It's nothing like the mountain mosquitoes. Those mountain mosquitoes actually burned. And I'm like trying so hard not to itch because they're already looking like welts. And I'm like, I know whenever I go visit my aunt, she's going to think I got abused or something. Because my legs look pretty bad. I needed to put like a Benadryl ointment on them because they look really very bad. I'm very, unfortunately, sensitive to them. So I think I was just more amused at the fact that it was really like 3 different types of mosquitoes. They all look different. And I killed all of them. And I had to wash my hands because the blood was just smeared all over my hands. So I had some amusement with that. But in that same area where I was getting eaten alive by mosquitoes, there was like a water fountain, like a natural water spring fountain that the locals use to fill up their water bottles or their water jugs. And I was just curious. So I was kind of like waiting until one lady was done. There's this old man waiting with his big old jugs. He seems like a local. He seems like he visits often to fill up his jugs of water. And I saw that he was lined up. I don't know. I don't remember. I think we were lined up first though. But when I saw that he was lined up there, I'm just like, oh, he's a local. Let me let him go first. So when the lady in front of us was done, I gestured for him to go. He gestures for us to go. I gesture for him to go. He gestures for us to go. We do this for like a straight minute and a half before I'm like, fine, I'll go because you're so nice and you won't do it. So I'll do it. And because I'm tired, I don't want to be continuously gesturing. It's starting to get awkward. So of course I fill up my water bottle and the water is actually really good. It didn't give me the runs. It actually is like pure mountain spring water. It was very refreshing, and it helped to refill our water bottles too. But I'm just like, these people are so nice. Very, very nice. But had we continued gesturing, it would have gotten very awkward. I gave in first because I'm like, never mind. He's going to continue doing it until one of us does it. Water from the mountains are the best. Yeah, it was very refreshing, and it helped clear out my throat a little bit too. During that time. Very refreshing, very hydrating. And then I felt like it was helping relieve some of my sickness. I like to think, anyway. But yeah, he was a really nice old man that we encountered. And then later that day when we went to Uji, we stopped by like a small cafe. I think it's called Cafe Amu. We stopped by there to just have like a quick meal before we were leaving. To go back to Tokyo. And when we went there, the old man was he was really sweet. It was like one guy, an older man, runs this place alone. When we went in, there was already like another customer in there, and we were kind of confused if we had to wait or if we should sit down. But the customer was just like, yeah, go ahead and sit down. So we did. And he pretty much greeted the boss before he left. And boss man is like this older gentleman. He looked like maybe in his 70s. And it's only him. He's the only one that's preparing everything. So we got like some matcha tea. I got some curry. The girls ordered their own food, and his food was delicious. He did, I think Kimchi ordered like egg sandwiches from him, and I already forgot what Donut ordered, but he did everything, and he did it like in record time too. So I was very impressed with how quick he is, how the food tasted good, and he was very nice to us. But what's interesting with him is that I noticed on the walls there was a lot of people who did like signatures. So I'm like, surely it seemed like there were maybe famous people who came by and visited. He later comes up to us with like a composition notebook, but like the Japanese composition notebook, like the campus notebooks, and a pen. And he hands it to us, and we notice that it has like 2025 and the month, August, right? So when we were flipping through it, it's like he asks like his visitors to write down in this notebook. And there was like multiple different countries in there. Chinese, Korean, other English people, maybe like an Italian or like some other like Latin American country that we would see in there too when we were flipping through. It was like multiple different like visitors that he had sign this notebook. So of course the three of us signed it too. We did little pictures, handed it back to him. He flips through it. He's like, I don't understand English, but I'm happy. And we're just like, oh, this guy's so sweet. He's so sweet. He wants our he wants like everybody who visits him. So I had to wonder though, if he had only the month and the date, right? How many of these books did he have? If he was consistently doing this for like years, he probably has like multiple books of all the different visitors that he's had in his little small cafe. And it's not even listed in Google Maps. So my suggestion is if you do go to Japan, Google Maps does help find places to eat, for sure. You're going to be using it. But it does not hurt to go into like the small cafes too, because they're just equally as nice. Probably don't get as many visitors. It's especially like those type of cafes that don't have like an English menu, but don't let that put you off. You could always just use a translation app. It may not be like the most accurate thing, but I would 100%, if you could at least read katakana, it helps a lot to just order in those type of establishments, and you would probably appreciate the food way more. It was good. So yeah, highly suggest just go into some places, probably like learn some katakana before you go, be able to recognize and read a few of them, and then you should be able to at least order with some food. But it was very nice to eat in that small little restaurant in Uji, and then kind of walk around, see the little small city. We didn't really do any of the touristy stuff that a lot of people on YouTube are suggesting to do in Uji now, but it was just nice to see the place. And then we went back to Tokyo. At this point, I don't remember what we did in Tokyo. What did we do in Tokyo anymore? I don't remember. I know we did stuff. We definitely did stuff. I just don't remember what the stuff were anymore. Oh, we had Shibuya Day. So because of our love, or my love, for The World Ends With You, I kind of did like my second half of exploring Shibuya. So we dedicated a day just to explore. So we went to Miyashita Park. We went to Spain Hill, which is like the Spain alley, or like the restaurant alley. It really is like a small cramped alley with weird... it feels like you're going down a hill. And they really capture that feeling in The World Ends With You. We went to Parco. I lost the girls in Parco for a little bit because that was where the Nintendo store is, the Pokemon store, the Capcom store, the Jump store. Literally like otaku heaven up there. And then they had like a Godzilla pop-up shop, a Sega pop-up shop, and something else. I think it was a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure pop-up shop. I'm not into JoJo, so I completely did not go in there. The jump shop was so full that I said, no, I can't. I did not pick up anything from the jump shop either because it was just so full. And I visited a jump shop in Sendai previously, so I bought some stuff already there, and it seemed to be like repeat things, so I didn't feel the need to pick up anything. I didn't, specific to me, I didn't go to the Nintendo or the Pokemon store because I already been to both of them and I didn't really see anything in there previously that I cared for. Maybe just stationery, but I didn't pick up any stationery over there. And then the Capcom store, I didn't see any new, what was it? Like any new hedgehog? Like the hedgehog stuff I thought there would be more of. But I also didn't buy anything there too because there was a Capcom store in Sendai and I bought a bunch of stuff there. I think, well, hold on. Maybe I did pick up some Ace Attorney stuff for my sister though. Anything that was like new Ace Attorney stuff that I didn't see in a previous store, I would pick up for my sister because she loves Ace Attorney. Loves Ace Attorney. And then I went to the Godzilla shop because I'm like, all right, Godzilla is interesting. Don't really see that very often. It had like a whole entire wall dedicated to all the different Godzillas. So they took a picture of every Godzilla from every year that they released everything. So I took a picture of that. And then they had like exhibits of like small scale models of the different Godzillas throughout the years too. Then they had, like, of course, merchandise. So I picked up some merchandise for some friends. And then the one thing that stood out to me, I was like, this is going to be highly specific for me. Just to remember that there was a Godzilla pop-up shop, is that there was a Hamtaro collaboration with Godzilla. So it's like Hamtaro, and I think it's just Hamtaro. Hamtaro wearing, like, the different outfits of Godzilla, like the different Godzilla types. And it's, like, cutesy and pastel and very me. So I bought that and went, this is kind of unusual, but it's made for me. I wasn't expecting Hamtaro, but you know what? I'll take it. I'll take Hamtaro. That's great. But walking around Shibuya really is one of my favorite cities. Hamu? Yeah, Hamu. Me and my sister, we talk in Hamtaro language. We do. Like, if you have ever played any of the Hamtaro games, you know how they have like Ham Chat, which is like their own little Hamtaro language. There's some words in there that I'm like, they explain the feeling better than just the regular English language, okay? Like bloaty, where they get all bloated and stuff like that. That, it explains itself. It's really good. So me and my sister like exclusively communicate in that language. Let me see if I have some pictures. Oh yeah, well this was like one of our fancy breakfasts that we had too. I think this was already in Kyoto. So let me see. Let me show you some food because it's been a while since I've showed some food. You know, they really like bread over there. So definitely get used to eating a lot of bread. Let's see. And then I'll show you guys. I drank a cocktail. The what do you call it? Oh, I do have a picture of my watch. Heck yeah, let me put that in there too. So let me see. Oh, well, never mind. The hotel that we were staying at has like a little bar that we had a free entrance to for one night. So we decided to go. And out of us, Donut's the only one who could actually tolerate her alcohol. Kimchi and I mean, we can taste the alcohol. I'm not a fan of it. I don't know about Kimchi. She probably could tolerate it better than I do, but I don't like the taste of alcohol. I genuinely don't. So I decided, you know what, maybe it was because I went straight from makgeolli, which is like a rice wine, Korean rice wine. And maybe that was a little bit too much alcohol for me. So let's try something that is so light. So I picked like the most girliest, like not even, it's like full of other things. And this was the drink. It was like, what was it? Aloha. No. Ohana tea, right? So like pineapple juice. It had liquor in it. It had bitters in it. And I'm like, it's not that bad though. It seems like the most lightest, fruitiest cocktail-like drink. And I take one sip of it, my face contorts. It contorts, it twists, it turns into something else, and the girls laughed at me. And I'm like, that's exactly the face that my family laughed at the first time that I had alcohol too. Like they saw my face, they saw it contort, and they were just like, okay, she does not like alcohol. It happened here too. I drank the whole thing. And I went, I don't know. It's okay. By the end of it, it's like I don't even taste a drink anymore. I just taste alcohol. And then Donut takes a sip of it. She's like, this is actually pretty good. And I'm like, wow, I think it's not that great to me. It's okay. But she told me that if I didn't like the taste of this cocktail, I probably wouldn't like the taste of any cocktail at all. So, in short, I don't think I'm drinking alcohol ever. I just don't like the taste of alcohol. It does not. And it probably wasn't the smartest thing to drink while I'm sick too, but I figured I might as well try. Might as well have the experience, right? And yeah, I don't know. It's not in the cards. I think I will just not drink any cocktails ever. I'm good. Even mocktails. I had a mocktail previously, and the mocktail was like for the Osaka Expo. So it was that blue drink. And remember how I said it was like anything that's blue tastes like acid? That was like the most acid tasting drink ever. Like that was like the first time I'm like, I'm good. Well, after like 3 sips of it, I really genuinely tried to give it a chance. I tried to just drink it regularly. It's not happening. That was like the first time where I'm just like, I can't drink this. This actually tastes terrible. I do not like the taste of blue. Anything that tastes blue just does not taste good to me. It literally is a battery acid. It tastes like bile and battery acid put together, and then they tried to sweeten it up with some syrup, and it's not working. It's not working. It just tastes disgusting. So don't ever feed me anything blue. I'm not going to drink it. I think it's going to taste gross. And I know that Japan likes their blue drinks, but I don't. I do not like it. I do not like the taste of blue. It's not good. Bile and battery acid. What a colorful description. That's what it tasted like to me. Maybe your gene that hates blue is what attracts mosquito. I have no idea. It was not good. I did not like it. It wasn't good. This was one of our breakfasts that we had. So I got like a iced latte. They give you really thick bread, and then they give you like butter and jam, and I got like a little simple salad. Like a salad set. This was like a whole set that you could order, and you can choose what drink you want. Similarly, like I said, they really like their bread. I picked like a mixed bread set. So different types of like savory, like ham and cheese, eggs, and ham and something else, right? So you could choose like between like a sweet sandwich set or a mixed sandwich set like mine, or you could just do like French toast, which I think that's what Donut got there. And this was also in like a really obscure shop, maybe in Sendai? Was it in Sendai? No. Yes. Osaka. I think it was Osaka. This was outside of Osaka Station. So, yeah. The thing with the shops or restaurants, though, is that they open a little later. There are some breakfast places that open as early as 7, but not very many. And majority of restaurants start opening around 11 o'clock. Kind of similar here to America, too. Even in America, a lot of places open like at 10, 11. So same thing. Same thing in Japan. A majority of places are open by 10 and 11. It's been great seeing you. Gonna go around 2 Electric Boogaloo for bedtime. Hope you get better soon. Oh, thank you. I hope you're able to get some sleep this time. Sleep well. Let me see. What else did I show? Oh, at some point, we got shabu shabu, which was a little confusing at first. It turns out you have to order for everybody. It's not like per table. It really is like for each person. You choose like a select amount of meat, but then what they offer you on the table is for everybody. Like what you ordered is now like mixed in with everybody else's kind of deal. Delicious. It was really yummy. The different dipping sauces were good too. I just stuck with the regular ponzu sauce because that was probably safest for me. But the selections of meat were nice. Everything melts in your mouth. And let me see, what else do we got here? Just lots and lots of food. And then here is actually a close-up of my watch. So, like I said, it's silver lining, has the gears in the inside, and it ticks, and I love it so much. It's so nice to look at, it's so relaxing, and then I use like the little knob to like wind it up. It's almost like my fidget toy. Pretty. Yeah, I really, really like it. And they know I'm gonna buy another one. They know I'm gonna buy another one, and it's evil. How dare they? Same with the shabu shabu meal, though. They ask you, hey, do you want dessert? I'm like, yeah, I would like to try some anmitsu. So this one is zenzai, I think. Or I already forgot what it's called. Mine's anmitsu, but I already forgot what this version is called. It's kind of like the similar thing. Except, I don't know, they have it backwards. Apparently, anmitsu is the one that doesn't have soup, and then the one that she orders is supposed to have soup. But mine is the one that has soup, and then hers doesn't. So, I don't know. I'm not really sure what's going on there. Maybe they just have it flipped in here, but whatever. I don't know. I'm not sure. But it's delicious. It's simple. Ice cream, mochi balls, red bean, some like syrup or condensed milk, and then maybe like 2 different types of mochi balls, like a matcha mochi ball, regular mochi ball, and then some jellies inside. So pretty simple. Sweet, cooling, nice. And then the last 2 days that I was with the girls, I tapped out. I told them, hey, I'm not gonna go. I'm gonna stay in the hotel because I'm coughing my lungs out. You guys have fun. So I don't know what they did for their last 2 days, like specifically. I think eventually they went to like Ikebukuro again. They went to Harajuku. They got to go hit up like the Monster Hunter cafe, which was really cool. They were nice enough, or Donut was nice enough to bring me back a omamori of like a little charm. It's like a little gourd charm that's orange, and it specifically is for good health. And I'm like, thank you. This is really sweet. Let me put it in my bag. She also visited, I guess, the Mugiwara, the Harajuku location of the Mugiwara store, the Straw Hat store, the One Piece store, and she finished a stamp rally for me. So she got like a little tin badge, a little chopper tin badge for me too. And I'm like, oh, thanks, nice. And my sister really loves stamps. She's like, I want to put this on my wall. I'm like, you do that. It's really cute. The stamps are very, very cute. So Yeah, while they were out having fun, I was literally in the bed dying. And I felt bad because I would cough really bad starting in the night. It's just like something was constantly clawing at my throat. I had a really bad sore throat, and then something would just trigger a cough in me nonstop. So it would get really bad during the nighttime and in the morning, where I would just have these coughing fits for maybe like a straight like minute or two, and then they would stop and then come back maybe an hour later. By then, it was kind of like I need to find medication. So we did find some medication for me to take, which was like a powder. It's not like a pill, and it's so bitter. I felt bad like taking it because it's so bitter. But I think I was so sick at that point that I didn't really have a major reaction to how bitter it was. It was just more of like, I need something. I need something to supplement myself right now because I'm actually feeling horrible. And if I don't do something now, I will get worse. So it was taking those medications, taking my Benadryl, which honestly, I think the Benadryl did help because it likely was also an allergy flare up too. I don't know if it was just because of where we were locally or the air or what I encountered, or it's just something that I was just so inflamed. And that's probably why I was coughing so much too. But the Benadryl does help suppress the cough as well. So I took that pretty much throughout the entire day. And I wish I really could have spent those last 2 days with them too, but I was just very sick. And then I was sick up to meeting my family at that last week as well. So I met up with my aunt and my grandma, and I haven't seen my grandma in over like 15 years. It's been so long since I last saw my grandma, and she's really very old in comparison to when I last met her. I mean, she's 78 now. Maybe last time I saw her, she was like 50. So, it's been a long time. And I really, really was happy to see them. But when they first saw me, they were like, "Oh my God, you are so sweaty. Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine. Cough, cough, cough. Okay, I might be dying a little bit. Cough, cough, cough. But I'm okay. I'm still here." So the entire time I'm coughing, I thought I was getting better because the last 2 days I was with the girls, I had no voice. The type of voice that I had, the only way I could describe it, and I even told the girls too, is like, I sound so pathetic right now. I really sound like a pathetic wet blanket, like a kicked puppy. Like somebody kicked me, and I was like the smallest, most helpless puppy sounding. You know how they like whine and they like cry a little bit? That's what I sounded like. I wish I could emulate it. I didn't even need to try. Like the way I'm talking right now, right? I'm talking just regularly. But the way I was talking, I don't know if I can emulate it now. I kind of sounded like this, to where my voice would just give out, and I would sound like I was on the brink of tears every 5 seconds. Like anything could just break me at any moment. That was the kind of voice that I had. And Donut would look at me when I'm talking, and she goes, "Do you need a hug? You sound like you need a hug right now." And I'm like, "No, I'm fine. I don't have a voice anymore. And I'm not even trying." And there was one point that she tried. There was one point that she tried to like mimic me. And of course I play hurt, right? I start playing hurt. And I'm like, I'm not even doing this. It's just coming out naturally. And you decide to mimic me? And she's just like, "Okay, never mind. I'm not going to do that anymore. I feel like I'm bullying you too much." So, yeah, no, it was bad. Like, this voice that I have right now, this is astounding because I did not sound like this a week ago. It was completely shot. It was completely shot 2 weeks ago. And then even a week ago, it would just kind of give out. After talking like an hour or so with my aunt or something, my voice would completely give out. It's gone. So considering I have something of a voice now is pretty impressive, because before I would get short of breath, and then I would have a bad coughing fit. And then on top of it, I really would not have a voice after an hour. It was to the point that when I was staying with my aunt, I would have to stop talking because if I continued talking, I would cough and my coughs would not stop. And I felt bad because I was in the same room of my grandmother at the time. And I'm like, I hope what I have isn't contagious. It might be contagious. I don't know. But I hope what I have isn't contagious. And then the first night that we were sleeping together, I would just cough nonstop. And I felt so bad because she would like wake up and she'd be like, "Are you doing okay? Do you need some medicine?" And I'm like, "I'm fine. I already took some medication. I'm just coughing nonstop." But I would do it so often that eventually I would just have to leave the room. I had to leave the room. I went into like a completely separate room. There was like a tatami room that my aunt has in her house, and I would just lay down there. The thing with my grandma too, my Lola, she doesn't turn on the fan in the room. She doesn't want the AC on either. So I don't know if I have a fever or I'm just burning up because of how hot it is in the room, but she doesn't want anything on. And I only have like one sheet on me. It's not even a blanket. It's just a sheet, a very thin sheet, but I'm like burning in there. I actually felt way more cooler in the tatami room than I did in that room on top of the airbed. And it kind of sucked because on the airbed, when I would cough, it's like I don't have anything to like stop the cough. It would just rebound because I'm on the airbed. So it felt like it was making my coughs worse. The only time I actually felt comfort was when I was on the ground. So that entire week, the last week that I was in Japan, eventually I had to ask to separate from my grandma because she started coughing and I got scared. I was like, I don't want her to be coughing because of me, nor do I want you to continue coughing too. So I made sure to always constantly wear a mask whenever I was around them. If I was having those coughing fits, I would leave the room entirely. And then I would pretty much just stay inside the room for majority of the day because there was really nothing I could do. That's interesting to hear warm on an airbed. I'm usually freezing on them. No, I was burning. And then even when I turned on the fan, like the first thing that I asked is I need to separate from my grandma, my Lola, because if I don't separate from her, I'm afraid she will catch whatever I have. So eventually we separated. We were sleeping in different rooms. Number 2 is that I had to have a fan on me at all times. But what sucked is that if the fan was directly on my face, I couldn't breathe. It's like whatever I had didn't want me to have air. And I'm like, this makes no sense. So I'd have to turn on the AC, make the room a little bit cooler. In the meantime, I have that fan on me to try to cool me down because I don't know if I have a low-grade fever or not, which I didn't. I never had a fever. It was just hot and I would just sweat nonstop. Even when I just walked out a little bit in the humid air, I would just immediately just start sweating. Just being out there for like a minute. And then when I come back inside, it's like I had zero regulation of my body temperature at that point. And then I tried to lay on the airbed like multiple times to see if I could get comfortable on there. I never could. So the entire week that I was with my aunt, I just slept on the ground. I slept on the floor. And they didn't really have like a futon. So I only was sleeping on like these seat cushions that were like in the tatami room. I was sleeping on that, kind of layered like this thin, like, I guess not blanket. I don't know how to explain it. It's kind of like a mat, a very thin mat. I kind of just folded that twice, put that on top, and just laid on top of it. That was the only way I could be comfortable the entire end of the trip. Because if I laid on like something soft, even like on the couch that they had, I could not withstand it for some reason. It was only if I was against like a hard surface or a firm surface that I actually felt better. And I was actually getting better until I walked outside. There were like maybe 2 days later, they're like, "Oh, your coughs are better." And I'm like, "Yeah, I feel better. I feel great. I walk outside, we do something really quick, I come back home and I'm coughing up a storm again. They could hear me throughout the entire house. And I'm just like, oh my God, I don't know what's going on with me. It's like I think I would take 2 steps forward and then I take 5 steps back. That's how bad it was going. And no matter what medications they threw at me, because they switched my medications after talking to a pharmacist, they of course I had to I at some point, like during the 2 days that I was with the girls, I could not I didn't really feel like eating anymore. Like my appetite was still okay up until that point, but those last 2 days I was like, I don't know what's going on with me, but I feel like the way that I'm coughing now, if I intake anything more than just a rice ball, I'm afraid I might just cough it up because of how bad I was coughing. So I only asked for rice balls. My favorite, if you ever go to Japan with me and I'm like, and you ask me if you want to pick up something for me in the convenience store, just pick up a pickled plum rice ball for me. Pickled plum onigiri. The umebozu, or not umebozu, the ume onigiri. Just get me that. I'll be happy. That is like my favorite thing. I don't know why. It's my favorite, but I like that and I like the jigariko. Higariko? Jigariko. The little potato sticks. Those 2 were pretty much my meals for those last 2 days I was with the girls. And then when I told my aunt that, she was like, oh my God, you haven't been eating? And I'm like, it's been fine though. That satiated me enough to get through the day. And she's like, nah, we're eating. And so she filled me up with ramen. And she's like, you know what, ramen, if I'm feeling horrible, ramen just always helped. And this ramen here is going to be good. I'm like, it did feel like it helped. It helped soothe my throat. I couldn't then take anything cold. Cold water was not it. Lukewarm or warm water or tea. That's the only things that helped relieve my throat. If I took in cold water, it's just like something was stabbing my throat. And then what else? Like I mean, I was still eating. I still had an appetite. I can still taste everything. It's just, I could not stop coughing and my sore throat was getting worse. It's like anything and everything. And no matter how like the different types of like cough drops that I went through, there was 3 different cough drops that we got. So the ones that I got with donut and kimchi, there was 2. There was like an ume one, a plum one, and then a lemon and ginger one. The lemon and ginger one helped donut with her sore throat because eventually she ended up getting a sore throat and cough too. But that helped her a lot. That one stopped working on me to the point that I needed like a proper lozenge. So I ended up buying like a different type of lozenge. And then on top of it, the other medication, the first medication that I tried. I ran out of the second type of the second type of lozenge by the 3rd day. So when I was meeting with my aunt and my grandma, ran out probably within that first day because of how I was just burning through it. And then when my aunt saw the medication that I was taking, which is that powder, she was like, oh, this powder is for fevers. It's not for cough. And I'm like, that's interesting because it says it's for cough and has guaifenesin in it, which is kind of like an expectorant, which kind of helps bring out the cough, like any phlegm that builds up. But all right, I trust you because you can actually understand the language and I only understand the medications. That's it. So talked to a pharmacist, switched out my medications, tried that medications for 2 days. And she's like, this isn't working. You're still coughing up a lung. And I'm like, yeah, that sort of sucks. So she's like, listen, try this. My son was taking this. It's like a Braun medication specific for coughs. And she's like, there was a time where my son was taking this. He was having a cough for so long. Nothing else was helping except this. And I think it helped. It was like 4 tablets a day or 4 tablets every 3 hours or something like that. So I was taking 12 tablets almost every single day. I actually finished the entire thing while I was while I was there. And I think it helped a little bit. Like I could see some improvement by day 2 or 3 of taking it. But by then I was already preparing to go home. By day 3 of taking that new medication, I did have a lot more strength. I wasn't coughing, like nothing was like super triggering my cough as much. It's just like if I started talking for more than an hour, like I said, that's where it would start. And then like clockwork, after midnight, that's where I would start having the coughing fits. So I thought I was getting better. And she thought so too, my aunt. So she's like, hey, I have an appointment in Nagano City. Do you want to come along? And I'm like, yeah, sure. So of course I want to go along. And the plan was, while she has her appointment for an hour at her beauty salon, I was thinking of just exploring Nagano City. And it was just the local stuff near the station, right? But she has the bright idea while we're eating in Caesarea, which is the like Italian Japanese chain store. We're eating there, and she just has the bright idea of, oh, you know what? There is an eyelash salon that is nearby that I go to every like 3 months, and how about you go get some eyelashes done? And she's so excited. And I'm like, oh, well, I mean, if they have availability, sure. Why not? So she immediately calls. She immediately calls and is just like, hey, do you have availability today? My niece wants to have an appointment with you. She's English speaking though. Is that okay? And they're like, yeah, it's fine. We have availability at 2:30, literally an hour from now. And I'm like, no way. So she sets me up an appointment. And I'm like, well, never mind. I guess I'm not exploring Nagano City. I guess I am just going to get my eyelashes done for the first time ever in my life. So while I'm waiting in the salon, she goes to her beauty salon, comes back 20 minutes later, and I'm like, hold on. What happened to your appointment? It happened so quickly. And she goes, yeah, they explained the procedure to me, and they told me they were going to use lasers, and I got scared. So I came back. And I'm like, of course they're going to use lasers. That's a hair removal thing. And she's like, I know. But the more that they explained it, the more scared I got. And I didn't know how it was working. And I don't want to do it alone. I think somebody should be with me. So I didn't do it. And I'm like, okay. All right. All right, Tita. I guess. And she's like, you haven't started your appointment yet? I'm like, no. It's not even 2:30 yet. And she goes, oh, okay, well, I'll just wait here. They start putting the eyelashes on me. Guys, I've never been pampered like that. I don't pamper myself like that, okay? So they put on like the eye mask. They put the under eye mask. They make sure that you're like all cozy under the towel. They lean you back. They like try to pamper you up. But because I speak English, she didn't even try. She was just talking to my aunt the entire time. And then she's explaining like the steps because my aunt's watching. And she's just like, yeah, I'm putting on eye shampoo on her. And I'm like, ooh, eye shampoo. And you could feel it. It was like a gel. Like I can't see anything. But they put like eye shampoo and they like gently rub it. And they like flatten out your eyelashes. But I have like no eyelashes. Barely. My eyelashes are barely there. And then she starts putting them on, right? I'm just there trying my best not to cough my lungs out. And eye shampoo is real. Yeah, eye shampoo. And she, as they're talking, sometimes I would listen in because there's some words that I could pick out. And I don't know. I guess my aunt has nothing better to talk about because like she goes, yeah, this is my niece. And she's 30 years old, you know. And the girl's like, oh my God, she's 30? I would have never thought. And then a little part of me is just like, I don't mind being thought of as young. It's fine. But I'm like, okay. I don't know how I feel. It's just kind of whatever. And she goes, yeah, she doesn't have a boyfriend yet. And I'm just like, oh. Tita, why? Do we have nothing else better to talk about aside from the fact? Why do you think I went to every shrine before I met up with you? I'm kidding. And like, it's so funny because later on I do make a point of it. I'm just like, Tita, why do you tell everybody that I have no boyfriend? She's like, are you embarrassed? And I'm like, no, I'm not embarrassed. I'm just like wondering why you have to talk about it to everybody. Literally, your neighbor, your hair salon person. You talk, that it's like, is there nothing else to mention about me? Like, you could be talking about how I'm a nurse abroad from America, you know, something else. Nah. One of the things she just mentions there is like, oh, she doesn't have a boyfriend. And the girl's like, oh, everybody here is married except the boss. And she just starts like dumping deep lore about the boss of this eyelash salon place. Apparently the boss is a very like goal career oriented woman. She's very strict. She never cracks a smile. And she's nice. She just doesn't smile. She's not like that type of friendly. And then she's so goal oriented that she's the only one who's not married amongst their crew of beauticians, right? So I'm just listening while she's putting on my eyelashes. And then she's like, okay, I'm done. I look at my face and it's crazy. It's crazy. I'm starting to see why girls like getting their eyelashes done, because it really makes your face softer. It softens your features. Like, I know a lot of girls like to do like the eyeliner and then the eyelashes because it makes their eyes bigger. It makes their eyes appear bigger. And my eyes actually do appear bigger because like the darkness of the eyelashes does accentuate the lining of your eyes. But not only that, I actually have eyelashes, which is crazy. When I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh, wow, okay. That actually, I see it. I actually see eyelashes on me. That's crazy work. And I asked them for a natural look, okay? Natural, brown, not very long, and it's supposed to be like short towards the middle and then longer as it goes out, right? So that's kind of what we went for. And I'm like, it looks good. They started out with 30 lashes. And then my aunt looks at it. She's like, you need more. And I'm like, I don't think I need more. And she goes, no. You need more. I think you need more. I think it'll be cute. And then I asked them, I was like, is it too troublesome? And you're like, no, it's not troublesome at all. I can do it right now within 15 minutes. And I'm all, okay, I'm sorry. I know I already stood up and we're like looking to be done. But I mean, if you guys suggest that I have more. So they put like 40 in total lashes on me, which is probably good. Probably a good thing, because as the instructions were for the next 2 to 3 weeks, I'm not supposed to be like rubbing my eyes, or I can't like wash it all the way. Like, it's not suggested for me to like run water all throughout my eyes because the glue that's keeping these eyelashes on have to like solidify, you know? And it's hard being pretty. Guys, I'm starting to understand these girlies, like why they're so dainty. Even when I was like crying from coughing, I have to like dab my eyes a certain way. Like, I can't just rub my eyes from the tears, okay? I have to like dab it all gently with a tissue, like on the sides of my eyes. And then there was one time that I completely forgot that I had my eyelashes, so I rubbed my eyes. And then I see like this whole glob of eyelashes fall out, and I'm like, oh my God, my eyelashes. And I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I had to worry about this. I'd actually feel bad. I'd feel bad when my eyelashes fall off. And so now I've been really careful, but it's crazy. It's crazy work. I have to like go around my eyes, and then I have to dab my eyes a certain way. It's hard being pretty. Listen, it's hard work being pretty. Don't be mean to girly girls who are just trying to be pretty, okay? They really go through so much. They go through so much for their eyelashes, and I don't know how they do it because I'm literally like out here trying my best not to rub off the glue. And I do feel bad. So it's probably a good thing that she asked for more eyelashes, because I swear my left eye probably already lost like 10 of the eyelashes already. So we're already down to 30. These things are supposed to last for 3 months, and then they'd fall off naturally. And then I won't be as a pretty girl anymore. But not only that, the next day, my aunt's like, hey, you want a haircut? And I'm all, yeah, I think a haircut would be nice because my hair is all longer, but it's kind of unruly. And she's like, yeah, you want like a perm? Because we do those straight perm stuff. So, same thing. Sets me up for an appointment. I get the straight perm because apparently when my hair type, it's better for me to get that one because it'll last longer and I don't have to maintain it as much as a regular perm. So I just went ahead and got it. It's definitely more expensive, but probably not as expensive as it would be here in America. So I got like a cute little bob cut with actual proper bangs. They miraculously gave me bangs. When I asked for bangs here in America, they were just like, you can only have this much. And I'm like, that's kind of disappointing, but all right. But for them, they actually gave me proper bangs and it looks cute. And then after everything was said and done, I looked at myself in the mirror and Japan transformed me into a cute girl. I hate to say it, guys, but um the delusions of you guys imagining me as a 7-foot tall hulking beast of a monster muscle man, it's not true. I've become a cute girl. I'm a very cute woman. I have a cute little bob cut with straight hair, bangs, and really nice eyelashes. So I just want you to know that I'm a very cute woman right now. It's a shame that I don't have a boyfriend. No, not even. Like even with the hair salonist, like she specifically picked Friday because that was when her favorite hair salon lady was going to be present. And again, she has like nothing better to talk about aside from the fact that I'm 30, that I'm young looking, and I still don't have a boyfriend. And I'm like, Tita, is it like your prerogative to make sure that your entire city knows that I am just single? And she's like, Hazakashi, you're so embarrassed. And I'm like, slightly, but not even. I'm just more baffled at the fact that you're just so open to share my dating status with everybody. It's like they don't even know me. They don't care. They don't even need to know any of that stuff. My Hulk riot bitch has crumbled. I'm sorry. It's over. I am a cute girl. I have to reveal. I have to reveal the truth. I am a very cute young woman. 30-year-old woman, but still cute. I genuinely think I look very cute right now. I'm astounded. And it really is the eyelashes. I think the eyelashes soften a girl's feature a lot. If they have naturally long eyelashes, they'll always look like that. But truly, I'm astounded how eyelashes made such a difference. And then had we more time, she probably would have set me up for a manicure too. But I was like, no, Tita, I can't have a manicure because I work at the hospital and they don't like those long nails. And truthfully, I don't know how I would function with them either. I've never been pampered like that and I've never had nails like that. How do you wipe? How do you wash? What do you just spray water? How does this work? So no, I did not ask for a manicure, but had I stayed longer and were I in a better health, then she probably would have set me up for a manicure too. How do you wipe? You're asking the wrong person. I don't know. I cut my nails. My nails are short. So I don't know how they do it. But girls in Japan are very well groomed. They're so pretty. They have their nails done. They always have their hair done, especially if you're in Japan. Like walking through the 109 building, you could see all the local current trending fashion that's going on in Japan right now, right? But they're also trendy looking. They're also young looking. And like walking through the 109 building, even Kimchi felt it. She was like, yeah, this fashion is nice, but it's definitely catered towards like the young 20-year-olds, maybe teenagers and young 20-year-olds. And that's definitely the vibes that you feel there. It's nice walking through there because you really can see like the different types of like one floor is dedicated to like grunge and like streetwear. Another floor has like a ton of Lolita everywhere, dark Lolita, pastel Lolita, gothic Lolita, like all those sort of things. And then like punk Lolita. And then one floor, you kind of have like the cottage core, like sailor outfit sort of deal with the type of like nautical colors and whatnot. So it is nice walking through the 109 building just to have a feel of what is like the fashion trends in Japan. The people really dress well in Japan. They do. They do dress well. The more that you go to the rural areas, the more that you kind of feel like people are more human, I guess. But there is definitely like a status sort of feeling like of what you wear. You just be particular about your clothes, I guess, because people will make commentary about how you look in Japanese in hopes that you don't understand. In hopes that you don't understand what they're saying. They do make commentary, and they do it so openly, and they're not afraid to do it. So, because they don't suspect you to understand. They really don't expect you to understand what you're saying or what they're saying. But when you are able to at least get the context clues, it's become so much more obvious. It's so obvious how blatantly open they are about commenting about other people. And don't let it get to you. I think they're just openly judgmental like that because they think they can get away with it. Yeah, no. And then I think my aunt transformed me to the point. It was to the point that before, I think I was gaijin enough with my clothes and then the way that my hair looked, right? That I could get that they were like, okay, it's 50-50. Either this person understands Japanese or is able to speak it, or they're just a pure gaijin. After the transformation sequence with my aunt, literally all the attendants that I encountered, everybody, like the flight attendant that I had, only spoke to me in straight Japanese the entire time. And I was like, oh, shoot. They genuinely think I'm Japanese. And it's like, I've already assimilated enough to where I would respond appropriately too. I mean, the essence of Japanese communication is the less words that you could use to communicate, the more that they actually accept that you're probably able to speak Japanese. Like, the less words that are needed to exchange, if you're able to use the essential language enough, that'll actually get you by. And they're more willing to communicate to you in Japanese than not. The lady actually got confused when I responded in in English. So I felt bad when she got confused and I started speaking in Japanese instead. And she goes, oh, okay, I understand you now. Makes sense. You look like it. You look the part. You're able to talk the part. This is more comfortable. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm just now assimilated entirely, thanks to the hairdo, thanks to the hair, thanks to the eyelashes. Even though my outfit is completely foreign, it worked. It was enough. So, yeah, I came back and I was still coughing up a lung and I still had to work the next day. So I walked into work the next day. Everybody could hear me cough throughout the entire hospital. And then all of my coworkers who I'm friends with is just like, you're dying. Why are you at work? And I'm like, because I have no more PTO. And they're all trying to figure out what I have. The first thing that I do is ask my lab tech to test me on everything. So I have him swab me. I'm negative for COVID, for flu, for strep throat, everything. Everything that they could test me on in-house, I'm just negative. So I have truly no idea what I managed to catch. I think it was a combination of a poor immunity system on top of not being able to self-regulate my temperature, with potentially encountering somebody during the trip that had something that gave me a sore throat, and then my body just could not handle it at all. And maybe it was because I'm in a different country and I didn't have the medications that usually target it for me. So who knows? It just could have been a really bad combination of so many things, or just a really bad cold. But regardless, I'm negative. I have nothing. nothing to say what it is. And it's like I'm sick, but not to the point of like calling in. I'm just inconvenienced. I am severely inconvenienced, and there's nothing I can do about it. So, yeah. Yep, I did have a fun trip, don't get me wrong. It's just unfortunately with that last week, I really, I guess the unfortunate part is I really couldn't enjoy it to the fullest. And the one thing I was scared about is my family getting sick. And the sad, unfortunate news is, yes, my aunt actually ended up going to the hospital because she ended up catching the cough. And the doctor is diagnosing it as pertussis, which is the whooping cough. Usually the whooping cough is something that it's possible for adults to get it. But it's something that we don't want kids to get because it really is like a strenuous type of cough that can actually kill a baby, especially those younger than like 2 years old, I believe. So you would get a vaccination to prevent it. And her doctor diagnosed her with the pertussis, the whooping cough. So she ended up getting antibiotics. She is now on she sent me like everything, but it's all in Japanese. And I'm pretty sure they sent her an antibiotic, some sort of cough suppressant, lozenges, and then something to help mitigate low-grade fevers. And I'm just like, okay, well, at least she is, getting the medications that she needs. For me, I think it's already too late. Regardless of whatever I had, considering I already had it for a week, any sort of intervention that I could potentially have gotten is already too late. If I were to approach a doctor now, the only reason why I would have to is because I can't breathe. But everything is manageable currently with over-the-counter medications. So right when I first came here, I asked my sister, can you please just go to Walgreens and pick up any sort of medications you can find to help with cough and and maybe fevers, cold, flu, anything. And what I found that helped the most was really like an allergy medication, which was specifically Benadryl, and then a cough suppressant, like dextromethorphan, and then an expectorant, like guaifenesin. So those 3 really helped me a lot, but I have not popped any fevers. Maybe at most a low-grade fever, but not enough to where I'm like, this is going to land me in the hospital. So yeah, it's it's been annoying. It's been annoying that I'm still dealing with all of this, but it is a lot better in comparison to what it was. So yeah, that was why I disappeared for 3 weeks, guys. That's the reason why. I had fun. I really did. And I'm so thankful that I got to experience it with both Kimchi and Donut. They were amazing travel partners. It really is a special thing when you're able to go with people that you can trust, on top of it, that are also having their own initiative and able to help in their own ways, and are eager to do anything, even if there is like some setbacks here and there. The best thing that you could do in a trip like this is just try to stay positive and figure out a solution as soon as possible. So having like-minded people like that on a trip is very rare and very good, because I've traveled with a lot of people, and there are definitely different types of travelers. There are a lot of people who tend to like sit back and just kind of wait, who would prefer to have a little bit more guidance, or would rather what is it? Wouldn't really be compelled to do anything unless asked to. But then if you're able to have like a balance of these type of people who are willing to have the initiative to do some things of themselves, to support where it's needed without having to be asked, and then also just have like their own like drive, because when you're on a trip you also want to seek out your own enjoyment too. So being able to speak up and tell what you want out of the trip too is also very important. So being able to travel like that with friends is a huge blessing. Huge blessing. And I'm thankful to have my first alone trip like that with friends like that. That was very good. Now let me break down the transportations. We're gonna take Tokyo because it's the most complicated. I say that, but it is the easiest way to differentiate between the different types. Okay, we're gonna have a quick little lesson. Quick little lesson about how you guys can differentiate between the different transportation methods. So that way, whenever you guys get to go to Japan, which I highly suggest you do, especially if you want to go, definitely make a plan for it because it's definitely worth it. How do I need Xavier to move. Xavier, move your face. I need my clip studio. Is it this one? It is. All right. Okay, here we go. So there are 3 levels, okay? 3 levels that you're going to pay attention to. Specific, if I break down with Tokyo, but then it'll work with almost every other city that you go to from here. So you have 3 things you could buy, which is just your regular tickets. Let's just say this is just regular tickets that you buy in every station that you go to. You could buy just a regular ticket. And then you could also buy a Suica card, which is what I invested into. Now that they're selling this, it makes things a lot easier. The Suica card could cover for almost any regular ticket, which goes to, let's see, like, or you know what is a better way to do it? You got, okay, your Shinkansen, right? Shinkansen is probably like the highest tier. This is your bullet trains that go to different cities in fast succession, right? You have your bullet trains, you have your JR trains, which includes subways, and then you have your subways, okay? So these 2 can be covered by a Suica card. How would I do it? So this one could be covered by Suica, which is the card that you can always like recharge. So the Suica card, you could recharge in any station, almost any station. So long that there is like a little kiosk that you can go to, you could always just charge it up, add money into it, and then you would just tap and go. Tap, tap, tap. If you have an iPhone, you could just download the Suica app on there and then recharge it through your phone too, and just tap your phone because there's a little IC chip reader in that is compatible with the Apple iPhone. And a lot of people tend to do that. If not, you could just buy the Suica card. So Suica card makes it easy for the JR trains and subways. So you could do that. Specifically for the JR trains though, with anything that's labeled JR, so the Yamanote line, there's like certain lines and they're mostly like the overhead trains. You could also use your JR pass. So this is something that Donut and I invested in. It's pretty expensive. And the reason why it's expensive is because the JR pass can also work for Shinkansens as well. You can also charge the cards at any konbini. True. We did charge the Suica card in a Family Mart. So Family Mart, I'm pretty sure you could do it at Lawson as well. Lawson and 7-Eleven. So I only tried it with a Family Mart, but I'm pretty sure any of these konbinis You could ask the cash register, the cashier, to be like, "Can I charge my Suica card?" And they will do it. The Suica card is very useful because it's not only for just the transportation system, but you could also use it for like daily purchases at the convenies. It just depends if they take that card as a purchase thing, or you could use it in like vending machines too. So simple daily small stuff. You could actually use it for multiple things. It's almost like a little debit card, a rechargeable debit card on the go. But it helps with the Suica cards. So I guess your lowest tier would be the subways, which uses the Suica cards or regular tickets that you buy in every station, right? The JR trains, you could also use tickets that you buy in every station, but then it also works with the JR pass. The JR pass is probably the most expensive thing that you can invest in to help ease the travel, but you really, I would say only get the JR pass if you are planning to do multiple stations. If you plan to do not multiple stations, multiple cities. So when I say multiple cities, it's like Osaka, or if you plan to go up to like where we went to, Sendai, anything that requires you to leave Tokyo, if you're going to like multiple cities, and I would say like if you're already maxing out at like 5 different cities, probably get the JR pass. I ended up getting like the 14-day pass, and it's pretty expensive, but because it covers both the JR trains and this allows you to get non-reserved seats in the Shinkansen train. So depending on which train that you go on, there's some Shinkansen trains that are only reserved. But if you have a JR pass, non-reserved anytime, you could take anything that's non-reserved, or you could get a reserved for free using the JR pass. And that's the reason why it's a huge benefit if you're going to multiple cities, because you could just go to the JR ticket line and be like, "Hey, I want Shinkansen tickets for this any train that's going to so and so." There are certain trains, however, I believe it's Nozomi and something else. Nozomi and something else, but mostly Nozomi is like the most notorious one, that you cannot reserve a seat using the JR pass. You have to just buy it. You have to buy the reservation for Nozomi. But everything else, you could just simply ask for a reservation one, or if there is non-reserved seats, which usually the non-reserved seats in Shinkansen trains typically are carts, like the little sections, right? Cart 1 to 5. Usually, it's cart 1 to 5 that are the non-reserved seats. And then I would say this if you're going to multiple stations, but multiple stations plus multiple cities, I would say the only like way to make the most out of your buck out of the JR pass, because you are at this point in time paying $500 for that JR pass. It's $500 plus to pay for this JR pass for 14 days. So the only reason that would be like the best to get it for is if you're going to multiple cities with multiple stations. That's the best to get the JR train. But if you're only staying in Tokyo, let's just say you're only staying in Tokyo, don't bother. Do not get the JR pass. Just get a Suica card. Just get a Suica card or buy regular tickets. And doing that still allows you to get through all of this stuff. The Shinkansens are mostly just to get to other cities and in like, 2 to 3 hours, maybe 4 hours. Actually, majority of trips aren't any longer than like 4 hours. Everything that we took was roughly about like 3 hours and a half at most. at least with the route that we took. So it makes so much sense now that we've been through it. Maybe even when you're looking at this, even though I broke it down as simply as I could, it probably is still confusing, huh? But really, it's like once you're there and don't even look at the map. Don't look at the map because it's gonna be like, oh, I'm so confused about everything. Unless the only time you look at the map is you're getting regular tickets because you need to know your fare. Need to know like fare, and they calculate fare depending on which stations you go on. But that's the reason why I'm like, the best thing you could do for yourself to have ease of access anywhere is just get that Suica pass. You get a Suica card and then charge that up, put like $50 in it. You're good for maybe like a week. Maybe not even like a week, like week and a half, depending on how much travel that you're doing. You're set. So if you're in Tokyo alone. And then again, like this type of movement is very similar across Osaka, even when we were up in Sendai, same idea. The Suica cards is also good for bus passes. It's like good for the bus, but we found that depending on where we were, like for example, Kyoto, when we were in Kyoto, it probably would have been better for us to get a bus pass because of how often we were using the buses. And the overall like free pass for the bus that for a day was likely less than us moving around with just the Suica card. But every place that we went to, for whatever reason, like didn't sell it or it didn't apply. And it was just unfortunate timing. Unfortunate time and place that we just couldn't get the bus pass for Kyoto. But I would say if you are in Kyoto, consider getting the bus pass for that because it'll help you move around a little bit easier to get to the different areas. Oh wait, I don't know why I did that too, but that Suica card really helped a lot with ease of access to different areas. The other thing to know though is that everybody needs their own Suica card. It's not that I use my Suica card and then I hand it off to somebody else. You can't do that because you're using the same Suica card to tap into a station. And then you use it to tap out of a station too. And that's how they are able to do your fare, to deduct your fare from it. So it's important that everybody has their own too. But I learned a lot on this trip. It was definitely eye-opening about how you would like conduct your future trips too. I didn't really plan a lot because a lot of it was just kind of going with the flow with the places that Kimchi wanted to explore. But there were a few things here and there that I wanted to do. The only thing that I didn't really get to do that I listed as something I wanted to visit is there was a cafe in Jimbocho. And that was actually one of our extra days in Tokyo too. There was a cafe in Jimbocho. We got to walk around there. But when we went to the cafe, the wait time to that cafe was an hour because it's like a small little like Showa era looking cafe. And the food looked good too. But there was only like one person and it's like a limited space. So we decided to move on elsewhere and eat somewhere else. But if I had to go back and I got to visit Jimbocho, I think I would like to visit that place again, see if I could get a meal there, and hopefully with my sister, because I know my sister wants to go back to Japan too. But likely our trip back there will be a very different area. Very, very different, because my mom wants to go to Okinawa. I'm curious why, because she doesn't really like the heat. And I'm like, it's kind of like Hawaii. She goes, oh, well, okay. I still want to go. And I'm like, all right, well, whenever we get the chance to go back, then we can go to Okinawa. But yeah, she really wants to go back to Okinawa, and I would like to bring my sister around to certain places too. So yeah, it was a really good trip. Definitely like one of the best trips I've had, especially since it was like a first experience for a lot of different things. And now that I know a little bit better about how to conduct myself, well, especially when I'm in Japan, it'll be nice to move forward with that knowledge. Really glad it was a good time. Yeah. If only I didn't get sick, you know? If only I wasn't sick. But then it just goes to show just how limited. Like, I'm willing to do stuff, but it just sucks because it seems like my body is protesting. My body is protesting that maybe, perhaps, I did too much. I probably pushed myself a little bit farther than it was expecting me to, and my immune system kind of crapped out on me. So that's kind of what it feels like. That's kind of what it feels like. So yeah, that was it. That was kind of my trip, and now I'm back here. Ew. No, JK. No, JK. I actually missed being home. It just kind of sucks being hit by reality so quickly. Something's wrong with our food crusher, you know, under the sink where it crushes up the food. Something's wrong with it. It's leaking. I have to figure out what's leaking from there. I completely forgot about it though because I was sick and I was working. But now that I'm not, I mean, I'm still sick, but I'm not working. I remembered it. Gladly, the leak isn't too bad. It's not like leaking all over the floor. It's still enough, but it is still, it's like, it's enough to like capture in a little bowl, but it is leaking. I got hit by the HOA. So the HOA is all pissed off at me. And I'm like, are you kidding? You sent this letter when I'm gone? You could have just sent this before. But no, they hit me with a fine. So I'm like, all right, I didn't even get the warning, but whatever. Screw you too. I guess here's your $25. On my better day, I think it was like Thursday morning, I cut my tree back. So now my peach tree, my princess tree is all naked. It looks all naked now. And I'm like, oh. I didn't even complete it all because there's some parts where I'm like, maybe I should cut this back too, but I was already so tired and coughing up a lung again, so I decided to stop, but I'll probably do it next week. What else? What else hit me with reality? My mom's car stopped working, so I had to call AAA this morning. I had to call AAA this morning and be like, yo, I don't know what's going on. Can you check this out for me? It was a pretty simple fix, not too bad. I figured it was the battery, and he confirmed it was, so it was fine. And I could have given y'all some Yokohama stuff if I'd known you've been heading to JP. Oh, are you still at Yokohama? Unfortunately, I didn't get to go. My friend did. My friend was able to go to Yokohama, and she said she liked the vibes of Yokohama. In comparison to Nagoya, she liked it better, and that they felt like good people down there. Is that where you're like set up currently, Rafukado? Is that where you're currently staying? Yeah, it was fun. It was a lot of fun visiting. So yeah, and then what else? Nobody was doing the dishes, so I did the dishes. Something was happening with our dryer, so I had like my sister was like, this part's not fitting in anymore, and I don't know what's happening, and there's a bunch of these things inside there, and I don't know what to do. So I was like, all right, I'll fix it. I fixed it. I did our laundry. So, you know, reality is just settling in. Full maintenance mode. No, seriously. And I'm like, oh, wow. There's so many things going on. I guess I'll just try to fix it every day. I haven't had time to unpack my luggage. So I probably will do that after the stream because I'm going to have to stay up anyway. Yeah, it's just been nonstop of reality being reality, yeah? What else? Thankfully, nothing new at work. I walked back to work, and then literally all the nurses that I work with, the day shift nurses specifically, they're like, you can't leave anymore. Okay? If you leave again, you better tell me so I can go on vacation too. And I'm like, oh, Was it that bad? They were like, no, it wasn't bad. It just kind of sucked having a new nurse every time and having to wait for them. And I was like, oh, okay. And then my other coworker was just full on bully, but he's always bully, so that's not new. And then my other coworker was also bully. He's like, wow, you don't even come back. You don't even come to say hi over here. Wow. Okay. You even got a haircut? Ugh. Oh, okay. And I'm like, wow, okay. All of these people. And then I just start coughing out my lungs, and that's where they started getting worried. They're just like, hey, how about you just take this medication? I could just grab it for you from the Pyxis. And I'm like, okay, can we just do that? It's like, yeah, heck yeah. Here's some nasal spray. I'm like, oh, sick. You know what? I probably should use that nasal spray now. But no, it's been good. It's just crazy, right? Like I said, everything happening within this first week. This was week 1 of coming back. Do you see why I didn't stream? Because I've been having to do some. Oh, it's just been nonstop, but whatever. I don't know. I think I'm just rolling with the punches now. It's like I don't feel like tearing my hair out anymore. I feel like life is good living. So even though all these things are cropping up out of nowhere, whatever, say lovey. Yeah, 100%. It's just like, what can you do? That's just the reality of coming back from a vacation, I guess. You can't leave back everything. Something's there to haunt you back. I'm happy though that I was able to get a lot of things from my sister, because I know that she was so stressed out with everything happening, and then she was starting school soon. So when I showed her, I don't know if you guys know, but I'm sort of like high-key obsessed with hedgehogs, right? So what I didn't mention is that, yeah, I got souvenirs. At least 90% of the souvenirs that I bought for myself were like hedgehog themed stationery. And I bought a lot of hedgehog themed stationery. And a lot of, you know what I bought a lot of? Handkerchiefs. Handkerchiefs are so useful during the summer, especially in Japan. Like, I can see why they love their handkerchiefs. So I just got bombarded with like 5 different types of hedgehog themed handkerchiefs, and I bought every single one of them because I have no self-restraint. And then I would see hedgehog stationery, and I have no self-restraint, so I bought that too. And guess what? My friends are enablers, so they would see hedgehog stationery and they would hand it to me, being like, hey, check this out. And I'm like, oh no. And then I would buy it just like on the spot. So when I came home, I bought my sister like Ace Attorney stuff, Okami stuff, things that I know that would make her happy. But then I started like dumping all the hedgehog stuff one by one, and each one just made her happier. And she's like, there's so many. And I'm like, I know, I have no self-restraint. I just bought everything that I saw. Thank God there wasn't like a big old hedgehog plushie that I saw. Because if all of those like, what do you call it? Like, the crane games? There's a lot of crane games in Japan, right? We strolled through several areas with crane games. But I'm so thankful that none of them had like a cute hedgehog plush, because where would I fit that? I would have no place to fit that at all. None. No. Like, I was already struggling to figure out. Kimchi got me a puppet of Emil from Nier. Emil from Nier? Or Yokotaro from the Nier head and everything, right? So I was using that for a little bit just to express my feelings, my coughs. And then when I brought it home, my sister looked at it and she goes, that thing looks scary. Why do you have that? And I'm like, it's my friend now. It's mine now. But it's like, I already had a little bit of trouble trying to figure out how to pack it when I had so many things on me. Thankfully, by the time I went home, I didn't have as much stuff. But if there was a big old hedgehog plush, it would have been so over. I wouldn't know where I put it. It's the boy. It is. There was like that weekend before she started school. She goes, I don't want to study right now. I put on the Emil. Hey, I put on the Emil puppet and I'm like, you should study. As I'm talking with it, she just starts punching it. She's like, ew, don't talk to me with that thing. It's gross. It looks scary. And I'm like, I'm just going to use him and peer around the corner of your room to make sure you're studying. Because at some point she's like, I can't motivate myself to study right now. And then I pulled him out again and I'm like, I know how to motivate you to study. And she goes, no, not him. I don't want him. He's just staring a little too hard. I'm just like, oh, okay. But I'll make sure to visit with him. Because I told her too that I would probably wear him sometimes and just peer around the corner in her room just to check in on her. And she's like, I hate it. Don't do that. I don't want it. Oh, I really missed my sister though. It was funny because that day, the first day that I was really sick and I decided to stay in the hotel, she was like, can I call you? I'm really bored at home. And I'm like, okay, yeah, we could call. We ended up talking for 3 hours straight. We ended up talking for 3 hours. And then at some point, it was like the hotel internet was giving way. Like it just kept disconnecting us. And she started getting all pissed off. She's like, why does it keep disconnecting? And I'm like, I don't know. I think I think the hotel internet doesn't want us to talk anymore. Hi, I'm back from Lost Airport Wi-Fi. Oh, welcome back. A real terror, yeah. But I think she really wanted to talk because there was nothing else going on. And I told her everything about the trip at the time. She was cackling. Oh, that was also the same day. I didn't mention this. But there was something going on in Shinjuku. It was Shinjuku again, because the hotel that we returned to was also in Shinjuku, but it was like a different part. And it was like away from all the scary streets that we were at previously too. It was like farther away. So I thought it would be a little bit more calm. There was one day that the girls were away and I was, of course, in the hotel room dying. And I recorded it for them too so they could listen. I hear somebody over the PA system yelling. They're yelling nonstop, and this is already going on for like maybe 10 minutes while I was laying in bed. So I started filming it for just a little bit, just to show how loud it was just with me in my hotel room. And it goes on for another 10 minutes. So curiosity gets the best of me. And I decide to walk out of the apartment, the hotel apartment. I walk out. I go towards the street where I hear all the noise and it just gets louder. There's even more yelling. I could hear some chanting too. I wasn't sure if it was like people yelling back at him or chanting with them. But then I just hear the yelling nonstop. And this guy just screaming into the mic. Like, I can't understand what he's saying just because he's like garbling his words. When I walk out to the street, there's like this old man that's like walking ahead of me and he doesn't even blink an eye. He's not hesitating. He's not flinching. He's not even like interested. He doesn't show any interest at all with what's going on, but he's still walking towards the street where it's all happening. He even walks towards the area. Eventually it opens up to this larger street that is like heading to a bunch of like skyrise buildings. And when I walk out there, I see like ahead up the street to my left, like there is a gathering of people there. There's 4 police cars lined up outside of this building. And then I kind of see them like slowly, like they're all lighted up and slowly filing out. So I was like, maybe there's like a police station near there. I don't know. But it's not. It's just some building that I didn't care to actually look up because I didn't I didn't have internet with me. And then when I turned to my right, still the same street, I could see like this not platoon, I guess like a group of policemen. There's at least like 25 policemen that start walking up the the street towards where all the yelling is happening. And they're just walking calmly along the street up there, and I'm like, "Dang, something must be really going on." Not even like 2 minutes later, I see another group of like 25 more policemen filing in into that area too. And I'm like, all right, if there's 50 policemen in one area, maybe I shouldn't be here anymore. I should walk away. But it was so loud. And it went on for like 30 minutes straight. And when I tried to look up on the internet to see what was happening, nothing was like locally talking about it. Nobody was talking about it. So later on, I showed it to the girls, and they were like, "Holy crap, that is loud!" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's loud." It was throughout this entire street, and there was this guy just yelling. And at first, I thought, in Japan, their politicians, they like to go on their trucks, right? They go on like these vans or these trucks with a PA, like a loud announcement speaker, and they like try to like talk to the people directly on top of these platforms, these trucks with platforms on there. At first I thought it was that, but then I'm like, no, hold on, but why is there so many policemen in that area? There's no reason for there to be like 50 policemen in one area. So I don't know. I have no idea what was going on there. I wasn't that curious to figure it out either. I didn't want to be the nosy gaijin, that token nosy gaijin who appears. So I didn't go. But it was very, 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 very loud. And then I even told the girls too, because this was towards the afternoon, late afternoon, evening. I'm like, hey, I don't know where you guys are at right now, but probably don't come back home just yet. If you guys are heading back anytime soon, probably just wait for another hour or two, because I don't know what's going on outside. There's a lot of yelling outside, and there's also like a bunch of policemen. So to be safe, don't come back anytime soon. They probably came back like an hour or two later, and they're like, yeah, we saw nothing. There's nothing out there. And I'm like, oh, shoot. There was a lot going on out there. I'm surprised you guys didn't see anything. So, yeah. Whatever they have going on over there, they clean it up quick. They're quick to clean it up. That's for sure. But they sounded very aggressive. Very aggressive, very loud, and enough to call in 50 policemen. So we'll just hold off on whatever was going on there. I will never know. It'll always be a mystery. But I will always remember Shinjuku as a wild place for sure. It is truly a wild place. I don't know, a little part of me is like the chaos is kind of interesting though. It's a very organized chaos, not organized. Maybe they're able to control the chaos there. I don't expect anybody to die by a gun, but could they potentially die by, I don't know, getting stabbed? Maybe. I wouldn't mind going back to Shinjuku, but I can see why people feel uncomfortable in places like that. I can see why, but gladly, we never really ran into issues in Shinjuku. We didn't run into like creepy people. So much was happening. Yeah. Contained chaos. Yes, exactly. No, it wasn't bad. I know that people kind of like to talk about how it feels scary to be there, especially at night. I would not suggest walking around at night still, especially as a young woman. Don't walk around at night. Because if you fall into like any category that they're specifically looking for, especially from those scouts, you will be followed. 100% you will be followed. So, especially as a young woman, alone, don't go alone at night. And then if you are even with friends at night, don't wander too much, even though the street might be busy. Some of those busy streets are just, regardless if there's a lot of people, that it's not a safe place to be. You really have to know where you're going and don't follow people. Don't do it. And don't let people follow you. There's some cases where some girls, in order to get away from people following them, they would purposely like group up with others, or they would try to stay huddled close to pretend as though they are a part of the same group. If you ever see that, if you're there, just know that's not unusual. It's probably those girls just trying to get away from something. So, yeah, just I would say the best thing to do in Shinjuku, especially at night, is just to be hyper aware of what's going on. But it seems like even during the day, crazy things be happening. I wasn't expecting to see a drag queen beat up a man or a woman, I don't know, in broad daylight. So, especially in Japan, I've never seen that in any other country until I went to Japan. But I mean, it's Shinjuku, and Shinjuku be doing all sorts of things over there. I will never forget it. Girl was pissed, okay? She took off her stilettos and threw it at the person. I think it was a dude. She threw it at the dude and was yelling and screaming at him. And I'm like, ooh, whatever you did, you messed up. That somebody else is holding her earrings, I swear. Oh, yeah. No, I will never forget that. Oh, it's gonna be a core memory for the rest of my life. I would have never thought. Never have I ever. But it's a good memory. It's a good memory of me just pretending I'm not there while that's all happening. Because at first they were all chill. They were all chill just walking around down the street. And then next thing I know, they're duking it out next to the fence. And then the poor guy in between them is like, stop fighting. Oh my god, you literally will kill each other. But I think the best part is the security guard not doing anything about it either. Literally just hovering, just watching, but not doing anything. And there was like two. There was one that was closer to us, and there was another one along the way, like down the street where they were at. Didn't do nothing. They don't get involved. They just watch. No, you don't remember that, Kimchi? I think you were too locked in trying to get our luggage through the Yamato Express, the Yamato transport. I think you were too busy talking. But there was a drag queen walking along with two different guys, I think. Two different guys. And I think they were walking from one of the clubs that were down the street that we were walking through. And I don't know what happened because I didn't catch like the main point of why they were catfighting. But the girl was going ham. Literally like chucked off her shoes, threw it at the dude, started grabbing him by the hair, slammed him down into the pavement, and I was like, "Oh, this is serious." Eventually, they started talking it out. They all sat down on the sidewalk and started talking it out with one another. And I just like, no. In America, somebody would have gotten shot, and then the police would have had to get involved. But it's interesting. It was interesting to see. Because if that were to happen to America, I would have gotten shot from a stray bullet. 100%. 200%. I would have gotten shot by a stray bullet. But nope. It was just people duking it out and then finally chilling out on the street after throwing hands. Yeah. Yeah. I really should have poured in more of the pictures, but I think I'll have to do that maybe next week. I don't know. I don't think my computer has like a micro SD reader, so I might need to get like what do you call it? Like one of those adapters, like an adapter to read it, or maybe like try to pull it out into USB or something in like Walmart or something. But we'll see. We'll see, because I haven't really messed with the micro SD very much, so curious. I am curious how these pictures came out too, because I used a different type of camera. I used the Insta360 Ace Pro 2, and I think it really does good street photography. Like, it does good wide angle shots. Uh-oh. Oh, sorry, I had to sneeze. But I don't think it does really well with like focused shots. So I'm curious how a lot of the selfies went. I took a bunch of selfies just out of curiosity. One, to mess with a bunch of settings, but number two, to just see if it fares well taking selfies or like shots of people from afar. And it looks like it looks okay from the preview, but I won't know for sure until I port it into like my computer or something. So looking forward to reviewing some of the pictures, and then maybe if I find a few cool pictures, I'll probably share it on a following stream once I'm able to review everything. And maybe share some videos too. I would like to do that as well. Well, guys, that was... I can't believe it's already been 4 hours and 30 minutes of me just yapping away. My yaps. I haven't been streaming for so long. I guess I just have so much to yap about. But I mean, that was pretty beefy. Lots of information. Lots of just talking about random junk. With reason. My 3-year disappear. 3-year. Oh my god. What would you guys do if I just disappeared for 3 years? No explanation. I don't even drop anything. Not even on my pillow fort. I don't even say. 3 years. That's insanity. I think like no explanation, especially like not being online, that'd be wild. That's not gonna happen. I wouldn't do that. But 3 weeks was good. It was a good detox. Made me realize there's a lot of hours in the day, lots of possibilities that I could do with all the different hours of the day. So yeah, I think it was a good detox of, just the daily stuff, but man, reality hit me so quickly. Like, it didn't even give me no time. It was like, here's like a whole laundry list of, quite literally a laundry list of issues that you have to address now. We kind of just queued it up for you. I'm like, okay, thanks. I'll try to take care of it. I'm just thankful nothing crazy is happening at work, because if something crazy was happening at work, I think I might just choke somebody. I'm not going to choke anybody, but I might. Oh no. Actually, this reminds me. So, I had a talk with my aunt and my grandma, and it's because I haven't seen them for so long. I guess I was just so candid with them, right? There, there, there was like a family issue that we talked about, but I had to apologize because even my sister was kind of taken aback about the way that I talk. Usually I'm pretty patient with people. I don't really have like, if I have an issue with somebody, I usually just keep it to myself. But there's one case where they my aunt and my Lola stepped on like a bomb. And the way that they were I had to apologize to them. I'm just like, let me preface this saying that I have nothing nice to say. And I will sound like I'm a serial killer. I'm not. But I will sound like a terrible person. But if we go back to that place, the specific place that they want to go, if we go back to that place, I might just kill that man. And and they were like, what? It's like, listen, there's a lot, yada, 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 blah, 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 redacted. And they're like, oh. And I'm just like, so the reason why we don't want to go back there is because if I see this person, I will trip them down the stairs and I will leave them there. I will treat them like a mat. I'll actually treat them like an extra step on them, and then leave them there. I hope they twisted their ankle or broke their femur, so that way they can't walk anymore. And then I'll leave them there for half the day, and then I go, oh no, gosh, I wonder what this is. And then I would sweep them outside of the house and then leave them in the gutter in hopes that he gets washed away by the rain. And they're listening to me explain. I probably said something way worse. And they were just like, oh, is that how you feel? And I'm like, yeah, actually, truly, yes. I'm telling you now, as much as I would like to go visit with you over there, If I see this person, I will kick them down the stairs. Like, there's a reason why we're not going back there. And she goes, oh, I didn't know. That's probably why your mom never responds to me when I ask if we could go back there. And I'm like, yeah, that's probably why. That's probably why my mom doesn't respond. She goes, oh, I'll stop asking to go back there now. And I'm like, okay. I mean, I was just wanted to let you know. And then they asked me a few more questions. And my Lola goes, oh, I had no idea. I had no idea this was happening. I should have never said the things that I've said. And I'm like, I don't know what you said, but I probably wouldn't have agreed with it. And now that you know, just know that if you hear on the news of something happening to this man, it wasn't me. No, actually, at some point, gosh, they're really girls, right? I was just like, I'm sorry. It's just like I have nothing nice to say, and I probably will do terrible things. And they're just like, yeah, it's okay. I agree. I'll help you. And I'm like, no, let's not do that. That's not how you're supposed to respond. They're like, yeah, me too. I'll say those things also now that I know what happened. And I'm like, wait a minute. No. Hold on. Back it up. You guys are supposed to be fine. Let me be the unhinged one. Let me be the unhinged one because it's kind of funny. But when I was telling my sister that too, oh, she was gagged. Okay. She had no idea how much I hated a person until then. It wasn't me, but I wish it was. Exactly. It's like, it could have been me, but unfortunately it wasn't. It was not me because I'm lazy and I'm nowhere near him. But ooh, if you give me the opportunity, and I told my aunt, I was like, if I had the opportunity, I will kick him down the stairs. And then I would pretend he doesn't exist. Like, that's how much I could hate a person, right? I don't have to say anything mean. And I don't even want him to die. I just kind of want him to suffer. But will I do that to him? No. It's super unhinged. And probably you shouldn't ever wish ill will to somebody. But that was like the only time. And I kind of felt bad just suddenly coming out to my aunt and my Lola on day one. This was day one of us together too. So I don't know. I don't know what type of impression I left on them. But 30-year-old Rye be hitting different, I think. They're like, oh, day one is crazy. It's crazy work. I know. I was just so candid with them. And then I started coughing up a lung, and that's probably karma. That was probably karma. Oh, good Lord. Good heavens. So my sister was just like, just remind me, never, if I'll know that you hate somebody if you start responding like this. And I'm just like, yeah, this is how you know I genuinely don't like somebody. If I start spouting stuff like this, then I probably really don't like them. And she goes, yeah, you usually don't feel ever this strongly. I've never heard you talk like this ever. And I'm like, well, now you have. I'd say pure anger. Family bonding moment, truly. There was other things too. Like, unfortunately, I think my grandma has like early dementia. If not early dementia, just very poor short memory issues. So, again, I may have hurt her feelings, but I really needed to know how bad her memory was. And so I started asking her a bunch of questions, just a lot of her health issues too. Gladly, she doesn't really have much of a history, and is overall a very healthy person. It's just her memory is very poor now, and I don't think she liked hearing me describe it as poor, but it's her short-term memory. And it's like anything that happened within the past 10 minutes, she does not retain. She does not retain it. You'd have to remind her repeatedly, and then eventually it seems to retain itself, or she just completely like leaves it behind in her mind. So the reason why I thought it was important is because it seemed like my aunt couldn't really recognize what was going on with her. She just only ever described it as, your Lola is acting weird, and I don't understand why she's acting the way she is. So when she expressed that to me, that's where I was just like, I'm sorry, the nurse is jumping out. I have to figure out how bad it is, because within an hour of me being together with my grandma, I was like, yeah, something's going on here, and she's not diagnosed. So let me just see where she's at. And I feel like it could be way worse. I don't know if it's going to get worse. It's kind of hard to tell too, because I'm not going to be with her. I probably won't. Realistically, I probably won't ever see her again. But if I do, I'm hoping it doesn't get worse, because then, if it does, it's probably dementia just settling in full front. But if it's not, and it's just a poor short-term thing, then hopefully they're able to recognize at least that much. What scares me though is that she lives alone. And I told my aunt, because she has more contact with her than I do. I'm just like, hey, when she goes back, I don't think she can live alone anymore. She needs somebody there with her. And she told me too, she's like, yeah, hopefully when we send her back home to the Philippines, we can set her up with somebody to stay. So yeah, it was a good talk, but I think I kind of come off strong. Day one, guys. Day one, but it's like I need to get everything out of the way first, because we are all chismosa Filipino ladies, and might as well get that all out of the way first before we get to all the other stuff. But after that, I really just needed to sleep, so we didn't really get to talk very much after that. It was more of my aunt and my Lola constantly checking up on me every hour, being like, are you okay? Do we need to go to a doctor? And I'm like, I'm fine. I'm okay. I just need to sleep. just let me sleep a little bit more. I think there was one day that I woke up really, really late. And my aunt was like, oh my God, did you eat? Because she noticed that the food that she left behind in the morning before she left for work was still there. And I'm like, oh, I didn't even notice that you left some food behind for me. Thanks. I'll eat it now. And she's like, oh, you didn't even eat yet? And I'm like, no, I just woke up. But I'll eat now. So it was a lot of that for the last week. And I'm very thankful for them, but I'm really sad that they ended up getting sick too. So I hope it's not as serious, because they're older, and I'm worried. I'm worried that they will take it harder, because my aunt was telling me that the coughs are pretty severe for her now. And I'm like, yeah, it gets worse in the night, but so long that you stay on top of those medications, you should be okay. Sorry for giving you the sickness. It's not your fault. You wouldn't be able to know. I wouldn't be able to know too, but it just sucks, because I really tried to be careful around them. Of course, they have to be in contact with me at all times, so can't help it, but we do what we can. We do what we can. All right, what is the plan for next week? Let's see. Next week is September. I don't know. Should I do a demo dose day? Technically, it's the first week of September. I could probably do it on the 4th or the 5th. Next week, I'll probably just do a casual Woo stream. Try to knock out like the little side quests and whatnot. Because I hear some of the side quests are related to the main story, so I would like to check that out. Supermarket with the girls? Heck yeah. If we're available, probably we could do that on the weekend. Either Friday or Saturday. So I'd be down to do that. Hopefully I'm not coughing as much. And then I've been itching to draw more again, so hopefully I can start up with those drawing streams too. But yeah, nothing's set in stone. I don't think I'm ready to do any sort of schedule or anything like that, just because there's still a lot going on my plate to address. So I kind of need to knock out those things first, and then hopefully I will have more of a consistent thing, but woo-wah for sure is still happening. But whatever comes up, whatever's available, and if I have the time and energy, it'd be nice to get back into the swing of things. Probably not as passionate. Not as passionate. Not as much footwork, but but you know, it'll just be a gradual shift into it again. I don't want it to be as monotonous though, because at some point, you know, when you're like streaming so consistently, you feel at some point I just felt like, gosh, I really have like nothing to show with these streams. I'm just literally hanging out, which isn't bad. It's just, you know, it still has to be entertaining in some way, in some cases. So I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. But I am thankful for everybody who dropped by and greeted me and hung out and, you know, congratulated me on the 4 years. It's nice to see familiar faces. It's nice to see people who returned, and it's nice to see the people who are always here for me. So thank you so much to everybody. Really, I'm really thankful, and it's always fun when I can stop by. I'm glad. So yeah, I'll see what we could do. You know what? It's so funny. I'm just like, guys, I think I have graduated from being a Planet Zoo stream. And then the first thing I think about is like, if I go back to Planet Zoo, what type of zoo would I build? I think that's the issue. I have no idea what type of zoo I want to build. Right? I have no like a theme or direction. And then I don't want anything like ambitious. If I go something ambitious, I'll never finish it. So yeah, I think that's the only reason why I haven't gone back. I'm just like, I have no goals. I can't just be satisfied with building a cool building in a habitat. I need something more. I need more than just that. And then I saw that they dropped a new patch, or not a new patch, like a new DLC, and I'm like, DLC. Should I pick that up and do an Asian themed, like Southeast Asian themed zoo? But meh, we'll see. I'm still strong. I'm not addicted. I just have a pure relapse. Pure relapse. Ended up in September. The entire September is just like, hey, more Planet Zoo. That's crazy. Don't expect that. It's not gonna happen. I still have no goals. Nothing. There's nothing in sight, so it's likely not gonna happen. And then I think at sometime in September I'll start my next visual novel or JRPG. We'll see. Just don't know which one I want to do just yet. Because I want like a B game. I have my Woo-Wah game, and then I need a B game, and then whatever extra I decide on, with either being with the girls or maybe doing an art stream. So I think that's kind of how we're gonna go about it for now. And then whatever else comes away. Whatever comes along the way. I think I can't breathe anymore. I can't breathe through my nose anymore. So I think it's time for me to end it. I'm gonna finish my laundry, and then I might make some banana muffins because we have so many rotting bananas. And then after that, I will, I don't know, talk to Caleb all night. Yeah, that's probably what's gonna happen. Banana muffin, yeah. Yeah. I thought about like, should I do another cooking stream? But I think I'll just make everybody concerned because I'm not exactly that safe in the kitchen, so I'm not going to do that. I've decided cooking streams are probably not going to be a thing either because I don't cook that often, and I'm so clumsy inside the kitchen, so it's not happening. Okay, well, thank you guys for hanging out with me. It's been good. I actually feel like my coughs are gonna start soon, so I probably should end it. But yeah, see you next week. Have a good weekend. Hope everybody sleeps well. If you're gonna be traveling anytime soon, wear a mask. because if you there's a lot of like travel sickness going on. There's something floating around, and it's popping negative for everything. So just be careful if you're going to be traveling. And yeah, that's it. That's going to be it for me. Congrats on 4 years. Yee-hee! Thank you. Thank you. Clap, 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 clap. Got my COVID already. Hope you get well soon. Oh, sucks. Alrighty. Well, I will see y'all next week. Thank you. Bye-bye. Good night.